All right, y'all. Shalom. We back, right? Whew. Let's get this work, y'all. So, we got some brothers who are on their way. So we ain't gonna be getting the meat of the lesson just yet. So we gonna go into a couple of books. We gonna just get a few things while the brothers are on their way. Right. But first, we gonna sign in. I like to start this lesson. Out by saying, "Call halal Yahweh Bashem Yahushai." My name is Haya El. I'm back on the San Antonio River Walk, right? Uh, they need to change its name, man. This shit like the sewer walk now, man. That water looks so bad. But anyway, I'm on the San Antonio River Walk with another lesson for blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, right? The real Israelites, the real children of God, right? And in these uncertain times, it is more important than ever before that the men of the Lord take to these streets and peddle this word, because they are passing legislation right now to stop this very same thing. And that legislation is gaining traction all over the earth, especially where Esau has rulership, right? You give it a good year, this is going to be next to impossible to do, because if you offend somebody, they're going to tell you that you cannot be out here. They're going to say you cannot be saying that you're the real Jews. You can't be saying who's a fake, ooh, right? Fake oohs, right? Doing that for the algorithms, right? How you doing, brother? Believe in the Bible at all? You know what tribe you come from in the Bible?
Sorry?
Are you Mexican by chance?
Yeah.
Did you know you're from the tribe of Issachar in the Bible? You're an Israelite? Issachar means he who is hired. Sure, the hardest working people on the planet are Mexicans, right? They're the children of the living God. So are blacks, other Hispanics, Native Indians. See, it's important that this message go out because everybody believes Jesus Christ came for everybody, and he didn't. He came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And how much more lost can you be than being called black or Hispanic or property of Spain or Native Indian, which means native savage? How much more lost can you be? That's why it's so important that we come out here and tell our people who they are, right? And we inform our people what they're supposed to be doing. Because more times than not, black people, Hispanic people, and Native Indians, and Seminole Indians, right? They're our brothers too. More times than not, those groups have no idea who they are, and they have no idea what they're supposed to be doing, right? But I'm going to bring out a few things in these books that I brought with me while the brethren are on their way, right? Because I don't want to begin the lesson and then have to start all the way over again. So we're going to just get some tidbits of knowledge here and there, right? Now, I bring this out all the time. But I'm going to bring this out again, and then I'm going to bring out a little bit more in this book, right? Because, again, it's very important, especially for the Southern Kingdom, to realize all the evidence that you're the real Israelites has been hijacked. See, that's why we often say that there's more evidence for Northern Kingdom being substantiated as Israelites as Southern Kingdom, which are so-called blacks and West Indians. Jamaicans, Canadians, Guyanese, all them types of people, right? Down in the Caribbean, Panama. See, there's a lot of evidence for you being an Israelite, but the trouble is your enemies have stolen your heritage. And they're calling themselves things like German, Irish, French, Dutch, Welsh. All of those places were once upon a time populated by our people. And we were in rulership, right? Areas like Germany, Lithuania, Estonia, Russia. We were the rulers out in those places. See, people have to realize they basically conducted a mass purge throughout Europe. That's why when you came to the turn of the century in the 1900s, you began to see that Europe was becoming a white continent, right? So let's go ahead and read some proof of that. And again, I always say this because it matters to our people for some reason, right? If it's simply a nigga saying it, they don't want to believe it. But if it's a white man saying it, they're all ears, right? This is from a book called The Negro Question Part 4, The Missing Link, right? And it's by an author named Lee Cummings. Anybody who's heard my lessons, you know I bring out this one page repetitiously because it sets the precedent for what's in this book, right? This is an excerpt from Professor Boyd Dawkins, the professor of geology from Manchester University, London, 1879. from Our Remote Ancestry, pages 95 through 106. But we're just getting a little bit of it, not all of it, right? The original people of Britain, France, Spain, and England were short black men, about 5'6" inches in height. They were in England when our fathers, aka the white English, right? He makes a point to say that their fathers were the white English. So this is denoting him as an Edomite, more than likely, right? But our fathers were a warlike people who by 607 AD, can't talk, had pushed the Bosque west into Wales, Cumberland, Westmoreland, the Highlands of Scotland and Devon. These black people boasted that they were citizens of the Roman Empire. See, what most people don't understand is in about 300 CE or AD, around mid-300, you had the fall of the Roman Empire. But just because the empire fell, that doesn't mean the people who were within the Roman Empire didn't try to hold it up. And that's exactly what happened, right? When Esau fell from power, we took over the helm of his dynasty. And we started calling ourselves the Holy Roman Empire, right? And with us calling ourselves the Holy Roman Empire, we perpetuated the notion and the ideals of the Roman Empire in and of itself. That's why you see a lot of the same architecture. You see a lot of the same ideals. You see a lot of the same beliefs. You see a lot of the same pagan practices, like Easter, Christmas, right? Especially Christmas. Christmas goes back to Saturnalia. That is a literal Roman custom, right? But they were in England when our fathers, the white English, invaded the land in 449 AD. And then he makes the distinction that his fathers were a warlike race. Basically, people who are just prone to fighting, prone to war. But see, if you read the Bible and you're familiar with who Esau is, you would know that that warlike nature of Esau behooved him because he was blessed with the sword and nothing else, right? Now, I'm going to go to Job 9 and 24. Because you have to understand, the hijack is very real, right? Because see, when we try to tell our people that they were the rulers of Europe, our people more times than not refuse to believe it. And they want to lay claim to groups and spirituality that is not their own, right? Jacob will happily say he's an Egyptian. He'll happily say that he's one of the Hamitic races or tribes. Some of them try to claim to be Zulus, right? Not understanding that the tribe of Ham is a servant of servants and on the world stage. But the curse of being a servant is upon the Canaanites specifically. But Ham is a servant of servants, right? Right now in China, you have, or I'm sorry, in West Africa, and actually areas like South Africa and Kenya, you have the Chinese moving in, and they're basically re-enslaving a lot of these African tribes that used to boast about them never being subjugated to the so-called white man, right? So you have this going on, and meanwhile the real Israelites are waking up, standing up, and laying claim to their heritage. So it's all the more short-sighted and lacking in efficacy when our people want to latch on to the Hamitic tribes instead of looking up their own history and seeing who they are and why the Hamites actually hate them so much and never came for them while they were in the throes and rigor of their slavery, right? But let's get this out the Bible. This is Job, chapter 9 and verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is it? So the wicked have covered the faces of the judges thereof. Who are the judges? Well, we're going to get that in the New Testament, right? You believe in the Bible? See, I love this look. See, the heathen don't understand this. See, we're preaching to blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians to let them know who they really are. You know about the Silk Road slave trade?
I didn't know that.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
No.
So that's when your people had my people in slavery. Y'all were taking us from the southeastern edge of Africa, and you were actually enslaving us throughout Asia, like, Persia or Iraq, China, Japan. That's why over in China, y'all got a people today, you call them Manchu. You know who they are, right? The people who ruled the Qing dynasty, Qing, they were in power till like 1901. What are you, by the way? Are you Korean? South or North?
Guess it.
South Korea, 'cause you're here, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm here.
But y'all have better history systems or history schools than we have here in America. Y'all should know about that. Because y'all got people over in Korea that are so-called Negritos. Y'all don't treat them people very good over there, do y'all? No, you don't. It's just like here. But you know what? But you know why that is, right? Because they're the children of Israel in the Bible. Because the Bible says we will be scattered to all nations,
Yeah.
right? Now, if you somehow come from those people, that would make you of my people. Because it goes by the seed line of your father, right? You know, your father, his seed line can never cross. Because he's going to perpetuate the children going forward. So I don't care how you look. I only care where you come from. Are you a Christian by chance?
No, I
No?
have no religion actually.
Okay. I have a question though while you're here. How long have you been in America?
I'm just struggling here. I'm a officer, military officer of Korea.
Okay.
And I'm just struggling here.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I have a question. Do you know America is about to go to war with Russia and China?
Come again?
Do you know that America is going to go to war with Russia and China?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what if China moves on Taiwan? Didn't Joe Biden say he promised to help Taiwan?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would mean war with China. China's the parent country of Korea, are they not?
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all the same people.
Yeah. That's fine.
So if they go to war with Taiwan, then that means you're going to have to fight against China.
Yeah.
Are you prepared to fight against your own people?
I'm prepared. I am prepared. But
Okay.
yeah.
Just one more question. Why would you want to?
How?
Why would you want to fight for America against your own people?
What was? I'm not good
No,
at.
no, you're good. You're good. I can repeat it. If America made war against China
Yeah.
and you had to fight, why would you fight for America?
Because we are alliance.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, my friend against bad guy, then I will fight for him.
Okay. I understand.
Yeah.
You have honor.
Yeah.
You have honor. But isn't it more honorable to fight for your own blood?
Yeah. Definitely. If America fight against China, then maybe it's not their war. It's gonna be world war. Maybe.
Oh.
I guess.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right.
So we have to fight fight against our enemy for our defense as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm Hayael. If you know anybody who over in Korea happens to look like me, you know, big nose, big lips, kinky hair, let them know. They're the Israelites in the Bible. Right? If you find out, you go back to the Manchu people, or even the Jomon people, Jommon, you know who they are, right? Jomon people. Yeah, they're over in China too. But yeah, they're an ethnic minority that looks a lot like me, and y'all treat them bad, right?
I have one religion, but I treat all religions as the same. I have no bias about their religion. I respect all religion and all about their thought and the rules, regulations. I don't care. I just treat them
That's cool.
as they are.
That's cool.
Yeah.
There's no hate for that. That's cool.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
of
saying?
course.
Because here in America, they don't do that.
Um,
Have you seen how they treat blacks and Hispanics here in America?
Not actually. I have been here for just 10 days.
10 days?
Yeah.
Okay. You haven't seen it yet. You'll see it though. Watch the news enough. You'll see that they kill my people in the streets. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Right? So, but yeah, man, enjoy your time here, man. Just know America's going to be destroyed, man.
Yeah.
I would go back to Korea if I had a choice.
Oh, yeah.
America's going to be destroyed. Right? But I'm going to go back to my lesson, man. Have a good day, brother.
Okay. Have a good one too.
You too, man. Take care. Right?
Yeah.
This is Job 9:24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is it? See, we have to understand this earth has been given into the hand of the wicked. Right? So when we see people walking to and fro around America, you got to remember, America has a lot of the soldiers of her allies walking to and fro around these places. He said he was a Korean soldier here in America from South Korea to fight on behalf of America. Now, I'm sure the camera heard my line of questioning, but I'm going to state it again, right? And this is more so to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians who are part of the white man's military, right? Why would you fight against your own brothers in favor of an enemy who hates you? See, he said he's only been here about 10 days. That's not even 2 weeks. So he doesn't know how much the white man hates the Asian man. He doesn't know all the racial epithets that the white man has for his people. He don't know that. But he's going to come to find out real quick. Especially if he doesn't hang out in the equivalent of Chinatown. Right? Because every city in America has a Chinatown where the descendants of Moab gather and they do commerce and business with each other. They police one another and protect one another. Right? If he lives amongst the general population of America, he's going to come to find out very quickly how xenophobic and racist America really is. Right? And notice when I asked him about the Manchu people, who are literally the leaders and the people who civilized China during the Qing dynasty and brought them into the modern age, he didn't know who they were. The same way here in America, if you ask people who are the presidents under the Articles of the Confederation, people will shrug their shoulders and say they don't know. That's because that's the information that's never taught. See, none of these nations want to admit that they have built their nations on the shoulders of God's children. Right? I'm going to go to another book. Right? Because, see, it's important that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians start to understand that you're not part of a nation. So that's one thing we have to keep telling our brethren. You've never been accepted here in America. Never. The white man has enslaved you. He's taken everything from you. The land you're walking on right now is called Texas, when it's Mexico. That's evidence, ain't it? But see, people will shake their head. Meanwhile, when we demand reparations, all of a sudden everybody's like, well, why do you want that? Why do you want to be repaired for 400 to 500 years of being raped and spoiled? See, and he could have been Northern Kingdom. See, the sad part is, most of our people will never stop to come to understanding of what's being said. Because the message in and of itself scares them. See, we're telling people to separate. Period. We're telling our people to literally separate and return unto your God so your God can stand and fight for you. Because, see, we've never, and I mean never, we have never had these people stand up and fight for us. Earnestly. Without an ulterior motive in mind. We've never had that. So Cenk doesn't know what it's like to have authentic allies. See, that South Korean man said something that was very profane, although it was simple. He treasures his allyship with America. But he doesn't understand that that same sentiment is not returned unto him by the Americans. Because if they're bombing North Korea, you best believe they're going to drop a few bombs in South Korea too. And they're just going to go, oops. And when you say, hey man, we want reparations for that, we want compensation, they're going to be like, hey, we ain't got nothing to give you. You just got to hold that. See, that's why we try to tell our people, man, if the white man is willing to do that to his own allies, just imagine what he'll do to his out and open enemies. And his out and open enemy is the Israelite man and woman. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, and the scattered diaspora abroad. That's why everywhere you find the Israelites, we are in the ghettos of the respective country that we're in. And when the white man visits, he ain't advocating for them people talking about, hey, stop oppressing them. Right? But let's go ahead and get 1 Maccabees 3 and 48. Right? Because again, it's very important that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians understand. Right? That not only do your enemies hate you, but your enemies have tried to blot you out of history. And not just the white man, but all of these heathen nations. Right? Because I guarantee if I had a Japanese man standing in front of me and I asked him about the Ainu people, and their contribution to Japanese society. He would downplay it, or he would eliminate it entirely and not mention nothing. Meanwhile, the Ainu people are the Israelites scattered to their nation, and they're the same people who integrate into their society and mimic the cultural memes and trends and arts that we produce over here. That's why you got things like Cholo culture over in Japan, where our Ainu brothers who are mixed in amongst the Ammonites are trying to emulate their brothers over here in the States. You have certain so-called Japanese people who want to have Negro hair. They want to have our pallor of skin. They want to look like their people. Because though their vessels might look different due to having children with their women, right? Their spirit goes back to our people, and they have a compulsion to emulate the things that their people do, right? This is First Maccabees, chapter 3 and verse 48. And laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. See, and that's why today in all these different nations, they wish to paint over our images. They wish to erase our contributions and claim them as their own. And that's exactly what they do here in America. And as I said, they do it over in Japan, they do it in China, they do it all over the earth. See, the Most High God was serious when he told Jeremiah that we would discontinue from our heritage. See, and most of our people don't understand the implications of discontinuing from your heritage. It doesn't mean your heritage just dies and disappears. That means it's up for grabs. And if you have an illustrious heritage, you best believe somebody who's basically eating out of the damn skulls of their ancestors is going to lay claim to it. And that's exactly what this white devil did. Because why would you want to be known as a so-called cave dweller, i.e. Caucasian, when you could be known as the children of God because the real children don't know who they are? So their heritage is up for grabs. But let's prove that, right? And keep in mind, like I said, this is the intro lesson because I'm waiting on brothers to show up. Hopefully they come soon because there ain't really much depth to this, right? I'm just going in the spirit. You got time for the Bible today, sir? All right, that's it.
Thank you so much.
All right, but let's get this. This is Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 4. And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee, and I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not. For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. See, this is why we're having to tell blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, you have been cut off from your heritage. Right? And that process was not an organic process. We didn't just simply say, you know what, we're not going to be Israelites anymore. Our enemies clicked up. They became a confederation or a unified allyship against us with the sole intent of cutting us off from our heritage. How do I know that? Well, one, it's in the Bible. But two, it worked. And we got to see evidence of it just right here. Because when I asked him about the very same people who preceded the current regime in China, who were ruling in the early 1900s, all of a sudden, I don't know who those people are. That means that the people who are in power have made it necessary that their likeness and their history not be taught. Just like they do here in America. Right? But let's get it, right? This is Psalms, chapter 83 and verse 1. Keep not thou silence, O God, and hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and have consulted against thy hidden ones. So this is saying that the enemies of God have gathered together. They have taken crafty counsel, meaning that they have planned in secret with one another to come against the children of God. Right? They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. that's exactly what I was talking about, right? They've gathered together with the sole intent of making sure we don't know who we are, cutting us off from our heritage. See, that's why there's the proverb, there's strength in numbers. But if you understand the curse that was to fall upon the Israelites, the Most High God promised that we would be scattered to all nations. And through us being scattered, our enemies can exercise power over us. And part of the power that they exercised over us was to discontinue us from our heritage. Now, I'm going to continue reading this, but I'm going to come back to it. There's something else that I need to grab right now, because it's going to be an example of the so-called white man doing exactly what I'm talking about. Discontinuing us from our heritage, cutting us off from the remembrance of our God and our people. This is 1 Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 34. Moreover, he delivered unto him the half of his forces and the elephants, and gave him charge of all things that he would have done, and also concerning them that dwelt in Judah and Jerusalem. This is talking about a man named Lysias, right? Antiochus gave authority over to this man to continue waging war against the Israelites, right? And in doing so, he made special stipulations of what for him to do against us, right? Verse 35, to wit, that he should send an army against them to destroy and root out the strength of Israel and the remnant of Jerusalem, and to take away their memorial from that place. So wait a second. This man Lysias was ordered to amass an army, to send it against the Israelites, to wage war against them, to destroy and root out their strength, and to take away their memorial from the land of Israel. So in other words, it was to erase our presence in that area. See, that's why when we're trying to tell our people that your enemies actively gather against you and attempt to cut you off from your heritage, they take it very lightly, not understanding that this is extremely serious. That's why we have to endeavor to tell our people all the time that there's no such thing as a so-called black person. And as I say that, I see a young brother hanging out with at least 6 Edomites all by himself. It's a shame, man. But that's what happens. We mix ourselves in amongst the heathen, and we forget who we are, because the heathen call you something different. Not to mention, we go to our enemies in one of all things, including education. But going on, because the methodology in how they cut us off from being a nation was nothing short of brutal when you read the account. Right? Verse 36, and that he should place strangers in all their quarters and divide their land by lot. So not only was he to send an army into our midst to cut us off from being a people and to erase our presence, but he also sent strangers to abode in our land to give the appearance that we had never been there. You got time for the Bible today, miss? Thou sayest. Just know America can't save. The white man can't save. Come back to the Bible. Come back to your God. See, our people think that this is like the Boy Scouts. It ain't. And they think I'm just going to read God loves everybody. And I'm not. See, when Yahushua comes back and people are standing before judgment, they're going to be making all types of excuses. Excuses like nobody ever told them. But that was her moment. And she turned the shoulder. Just like many of our people are going to turn the shoulder. But that's part of my lesson too today, right? But let's move on with First Maccabees, because we got a little bit more to go. Right? So now we see that they're placing strangers in the land as well. Right? Verse 37. So the king took the half of the forces that remained and departed from Antioch, his royal city, the 147th year. And having passed the river Euphrates, he went through the high countries right? So this is talking about how he's moving his units around, going to do the business that he was ordered to do by King Antiochus, right? Now, we're going to go into a little bit more, a little bit below, because it's going to talk about some of the things that they did onto us. And Salakia, this is 1 Maccabees 3, right? Salakia, right? I mean to go to 1 Maccabees chapter 1 right now, right? One of the proverbs that is true about Israelites, man, is that niggas is always late, bro. Niggas always late. It don't matter what's going on, bro. Judah especially. Judah gonna find a way to be late and not on time, right? But either way, let's get this in 1 Maccabees 1, right? This is 1 Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 41. Moreover, King Antiochus wrote to his whole kingdom that all should be one people, and everyone should leave his laws. So all the heathen agreed, according to the commandment of the king. Now you have to keep in mind that the Greeks were moving to enslave the Israelites, drive us out of our homes, and erase our presence from Israel, and to lay open the books of the law and paint their images within our heritage. So that's when the hijack first was attempted. They first tried. And keep in mind, they had friends doing it, because it said, so all the heathen agreed in verse 42. So all the heathen nations consented. You have to remember, it wasn't just the Edomites or the Macedonians, right? You had the Syrians, or the sons of Assur, right? And you had other heathens, whether they were in high or low numbers, that were present. Because there's always a remnant of all the heathen nations in every nation, whether they looked the part or not. But all the heathen consented, and they were totally down to do this. Verse 43, yea, many also of the Israelites consented to his religion, and sacrificed unto idols, and profaned the Sabbath. So not only did our enemies come against us to remove us from our religion and our heritage, right? You had many of our people who co-signed this nonsense and joined themselves onto their effort, just like today. See, that's why we understand that many of our people are incorrigible. It doesn't matter how much of this truth you feed them. They're not trying to change, because they're totally in league with America and her allies. They love this place. Verse 44, for the king had sent letters by messengers unto Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, that they should follow the strange laws of the land, and forbid burnt offerings, and sacrifice, and drink offerings in the temple, and that they should profane the Sabbaths and festival days. So it became unlawful to do the duties of an Israelite. Giving your sacrifices, your goodwill sacrifices and offerings unto the Lord, doing prayers to the Most High God, having the book of the law in your possession, which would have been the Old Testament at that point, which were typically written on scrolls, right? But to have them in your possession would become I don't want to say a transgression, but an infraction, right? Worthy of death. And we're going to see that later in this very same chapter, right? And pollute the sanctuary and holy people, set up altars and groves and chapels of idols, and sacrifice swine's flesh and unclean beasts, that they should also leave their children uncircumcised, and make their souls abominable with all manner of uncleanness and profanation, to the end that they might forget the law and change all their ordinances. So this is a direct effort by the white man, at that time calling himself the Grecians, to force us to not keep our laws. It was a direct effort from him to force us to profane the holy temple by sacrificing pigs upon the altar, bringing prostitutes into the temple. And that's one thing that the Romans did when they sacked the temple, right? They were bringing all types of whores and prostitutes and having sex in the temple, going into the Holy of Holies, all them different things, right? But you see the precursor to that Roman effort here with the Grecians, right? But notice in verse 49, it says to the end that they might forget the law and change all their ordinances. Or in other words, to the end that they might be discontinued from their heritage. That was the objective. See, that's why we have to remind blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians that we are the chosen people of God. How you doing, brother?
I be telling her she was not sick right now.
You're a king walking the earth, man. You're an Israelite. All right? Keep the laws of God, man. It's going to matter, brother. It's going to matter. It's a beautiful dog, by the way. All right, brother showing up. I tell you, man, niggas always late, bro. But we see that the intent was to break us from our heritage, right? Now, I'm going to get this last bit, and then we're going to go into the lesson because the brothers are showing up, right? This is 1 Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 54. Now the 15th day of the month Caslu, in the 145th year, they set up the abomination of desolation upon the altar, and builded idol altars throughout the cities of Judah on every side, and burnt incense at the doors of their houses and in the streets. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law, which they had found, they burnt them with fire. So we see that the Grecians and their allies were burning the law. How you doing, Cannon? Where everybody else at? All right, I'm about to say, man, they flaked on you.
Nah, they not flaking.
Hey, man.
Can't promise how long they gonna stay.
Are you good? Hey, man, we hugging you, bro.
I don't know. You gotta teach me the handshake.
Yeah, you gonna get it, you gonna get it. But I'm gonna start the lesson over. How long y'all gonna stay all together?
I don't know. They trying to explore. They ain't never been out here, so.
Come on.
But I'll be here.
Okay, if you need a ride, I got you, man.
Oh, no, that's me.
Well, I'm saying though, you know, because I know if they want to go.
Nah, they gonna walk. They'll be alright.
Okay. All praises, all praises.
You in the Maccabees, huh? I heard the.
Yeah, I was just doing a little side lesson because I didn't want to have to start over when y'all got here. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, so we read in 1 Maccabees 3, talking about how the heathen wish to have us depart from our heritage, right? And I read 1 Maccabees 3 and I read 32 through 37, right? And then I read 48 to show that they were trying to paint over our images in the book of the law, right? But I went back to 1 Maccabees 1 to illustrate just how they did some of those things, right? And they did it by decree, by the king Antiochus at the time, right? This brother sharp, man. I gotta keep saying it. This brother gonna be teaching before he know it, right?
What's that? First Maccabees,
Yeah, we in one. And then we gonna do 55.
55?
Yes, sir. And burnt incense at the doors of their houses and in the streets. And when they had rent in pieces the books of the law, which they found, they burnt them with fire. And wheresoever was found with any, the book of the testament, or if any consented to the law, the king's commandment was that they should be put to death. Thus did they, by their authority, unto the Israelites every month, to as many as were found in the cities. So, if you were found with a Bible or the Old Testament at that time, you got put to death. So,
You gotta tell him that he a Greek.
Okay.
He a Q.
okay. All praise, all praise. You talking about the brother on the left, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I look like they going somewhere else, man. They coming, I'm about to say.
I actually read him this before. Where he talks about what they were doing to the babies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I read that to him. Man, you want to be a damn Greek, man? Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think there's another angle you could take, because a lot of times people don't even know that without us, Alexander the Macedonian could have never taken over the Greeks, because the native Greeks were the Japhites. How y'all doing today? How you doing, brother? I'm high at L, man.
Yeah.
Jeff, nice to meet you, brother. I'm high at L. Eric, Jeff, and Eric, and Ken. All right. All praises. So, I hear one of y'all is a Greek. That would be you? All right. Your brother Cannon was saying that you agree, and that he's talked to you about it.
I'm not a Greek, I'm the brother. That's it. I'm a member of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity.
Okay. Now, do you know the history of our people with the Greeks? Have you ever heard of a guy named Cletus the Nigger? Okay. Cletus the Nigger was Alexander the Greek's right-hand man, right? And he was such a faithful, basically right-hand man in general to Alexander the Greek. He saved his life in the midst of battle, Alexander the Greek then turned a little while later and killed him in a drunken rage, because he was trying to basically bring a limit to Alexander the Greek's wanton warfare. Because as you know, Alex the Greek was quite the party. You know what I'm saying? He liked to get drunk and basically do his own thing. That's why if you look today, you see like a rich Edomite, what do they like to do? If you go to a frat party, what does a white man like to do? He likes to get blackout drunk, and he likes to, do everything from, if there's a goat, they might sodomize the goat. They might do anything and call it hazing. But Alexander the Greek, he set the precedent for that. You know what I'm saying? But Cletus the nigger was the one who was drawing up his battle strategies. He was really the military mind behind everything he did. That's why Alexander the Greek only ruled for 12 years and then he died. There's rumors that he was poisoned, right? But after he died, he had 4 kings stand up, the tetrarchs. And after that, evils were multiplied in the earth. I say all this just to ask you, if you know our people were the brains behind the operation, why would you want to sign on to a fraternity by their people? And it's just a question, I mean no accusation, brother.
Our fraternity is a black fraternity.
Okay.
We have white members, but our
Okay. W.E.B. Du Bois, is he part of that? W.E.B. Du Bois, is he one of those men?
I got brothers who are still in San Antonio, brothers still in the East. I went to the East, the East personal opponent, you know what I'm saying? So like I need somewhere to stay and make sure I was trying to be down and walking back home, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just more so it's more of a network than, you know what I'm saying, just so like to help each other out. Like, it ain't really we don't praise Greeks. Like I know nothing about Greeks. Like,
Okay.
in general,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying?
Okay. The only reason why I'm just giving you this information is because although you might not hold the values of a Greek fraternity, like, the gods and goddesses that they show, like, because all those terms, like Omega Psi Phi, all those things, that goes back to the Latin language. That has real meaning. And sometimes you might be laying, making an attachment to a god or a goddess that you don't necessarily believe in, right? Now, the history of our people, trying to say that we're Greeks and Romans, that's actually in this book here. It's called The Negro Question, Part 4, The Missing Link. Now, that's King James, brother. Who that look like? That probably look like your big daddy. That look like my grandfather. I'm from Memphis, right? So that looked just like my grandfather. I'm going to show you as well. This is King James. He was the king of England in 1611. That's his grandson. His nickname is Blackburn, King Charles II, right? So our people were the rulers in England, Spain, France, and actually, I'm going to show you because this is something a lot of our people don't know. When the Roman Empire fell, we were actually calling ourselves the Holy Roman Empire, right? So when the Edomites fell out of power, they only had 12 Caesars, right? When they fell, we took up their mantle and their ideas, and we called ourselves the Holy Roman Empire. So we were trying to serve 2 masters, because the Most High God tells us to be separate, right? As a matter of fact, hey, Cannon, can you get that for me in Deuteronomy 4? Or 32, I'm sorry. Yeah, get that in Deuteronomy 32. Let me make sure I correct you, right?
Why you got a knife on?
Because I be out here by myself, bro.
Like, you
I've had to do that.
Really?
Yeah. I've been jumped over here, too. Yeah.
Like you said something or something like.
Oh, yeah.
You want 32 and 9?
Yeah, give me 32 and 7 through 8. And then you can get 9 after that, man. No, I haven't had to draw my blade. Yeah, I only got this knife, really, because people kept telling me to get a weapon.
Okay, once they see it.
That's exactly what happened, yeah. Because I'm a shorter brother, people think they're going to try me. But, hey, man, it's
Little bit, you know, you pack
no,
that
I
thing
love
too,
fighting.
boy.
He was
I'm
telling
from
me
Memphis,
last
man. I
time.
love fighting.
He was telling me last time I need to get trained and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
why you talking up?
When I was in the world, I made mistakes, man. Yeah, yeah.
Same with me, man.
But When you got it, man, go ahead and
Yeah, I
hit
got
it.
it.
Yeah.
It's Deuteronomy 32:7.
Say it loud, brother.
Remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, as he will show thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob is the lot of his inheritance.
Cool. So the Most High God divided us, right? When you join yourself onto a fraternity, what you're saying is that's a brotherhood, right? So say I come up to you, I'm a total stranger, and I ask you for help. Now, if you have true allegiance to your brotherhood, I'm outside of that, that cabal. I'm outside of that. So I'm not a brother to you anymore. At least not in relation to your actual fraternity brothers. That's why I'm trying to tell you, your real brotherhood is the children of Israel. And the Most High God separated you from other people. Now, I want to produce that evidence I was talking to you about, talking about us being the Roman Empire, or the Holy Roman Empire. Right? Now, this is from, again, that book, The Negro Question, right? So, he's talking about the Stuarts. The Stuart kings it was a line of kings in England, or the United Kingdom, right? Because at one time, the crowns of England, Scotland, Ireland, France, and Wales all unified under King James, right? But King James came from a long line of black Scottish Stuart kings. 343 years of rulership in Scotland. The Stuarts not only ruled in Scotland, they ruled France, Spain, Ireland, and England, and Britain, and Wales. King James was able to rule all these lands because all of these people were of Iberian or black descent. They were the same people. If you look at the ball in his hands, and I'm going to show you all that ball, he's holding a scepter. Right? Oh, and take it all in, because the staff is for rulership, and that represents the world. And then they put the cross on it, and the cross is to represent basically the Catholic Church. Yeah,
They're not going to tell you that, though.
white ball right there.
Because they were under the Roman Empire. The Romans were Catholic.
Now, what do they tell you about King James? They try to tell you he was gay.
Yeah.
King James has 7 sons.
If you look up King James, there's a lot of stuff like that.
What was that movie? You remember that movie V for Vendetta? Have you ever heard of it? The dude with the mask on, blowing stuff up? You heard of it. That's actually, that movie is to represent the plot to kill King James. It was a guy named Guy Fawkes. He was going to put a bunch of gunpowder underneath the throne and blow it up. He got found and they burned his ass alive. Yeah, but they celebrate that because King James was a black man and a white man was trying to kill him. Who they celebrate here in America? They celebrate the white man. They'll celebrate a white cop who killed a kid with no weapon in his hand. Remember Tamir Rice, that little 12-year-old who got gunned down in 2 seconds? What happened to them cops? Not guilty. Give me a Zechariah 11 and 4 through 5.
I don't like people who disclose the Bible.
You want to talk.
I'm going to tell you, man, if you come to this truth with that attitude, you're going to be a mighty man. Your real strength is right here, brother. I'm going to tell you that. Your real strength is right here.
Zechariah what?
Zeus for 11 and 4 through 5. But Zeus was a patron deity, or actually the capital deity of Greco-Roman society. What was one of Zeus's names? Ethios, meaning burnt face. Zeus is black too. Apollo is black. What's Apollo do every morning? He drags the sun, right? How a white man gonna drag the sun across the sky? He gonna burn his ass up if he get near the sun.
He a red man.
How about Hercules? Who's Hercules based on? Samson in the Bible. The white man used to worship you as a god. See, once you understand all this, and then you start calling yourself a Roman, a Greek, or any other nation, it becomes silly because it's like, yo, why would I want to be lesser when I'm an Israelite already? I'm the chosen of God.
No, I said, but I don't know. I look at that shit a little different. Like,
Okay.
so for me, like when it came to pleasure and shit, I grew up around the bros. Like it's big down in the city, like in New Orleans. So like all my culture was like this, but it was never like they ain't no man. Like I ain't never heard them say like, oh, I'm a Greek. Like I'm a bros. Like that's all we say. Like, but we don't like. Bro, I've never learned anything about like. The only it was never no meanness or anything like that that we learned. Like we worship this God. Like we don't deal with you guys. Like we deal with the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like we say we're a Christian-based fraternity. Like we don't ever like. I like you say Zeus and I nothing about like we never learned about none of them. We don't learn like Greek history or anything like that. Like our history go back to like how the fraternity was known before back then.
I feel you. But the thing is, though, you're saying it's universal. What if God said he didn't love everybody? What if your mom and dad, when you was growing up, you had friends say you stay on 5th Street, but on 10th Street, the other street over, your parents said everybody on 10th Street, you can't hang out with them. What you gonna do with the people on 10th Street? You're not gonna hang out with them. That's what God told you. All them other people, you ain't supposed to hang out with them. I've separated you unto me that you might be mine. I'm gonna get that too. It's in my Bible. I'll pick it up.
This will be my question. So I understanding that like basically we're supposed to be separate from all these other nations, like we ain't supposed to be with white people like that. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't really our people, you know what I'm saying? Like right?
Yes, but here's the thing: we're in their nation. So when you need a job, you gotta mess with them people. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be wise about how you deal with people. But if you're gonna start a business, hell no. If you're gonna start a family, hell no. You're supposed to deal with your own people.
So I think if you in a nation and you're trying to start a business, why would you use them to get where you're trying to go?
You could use somebody, but say like you need a co-founder or sponsor. You don't use them because they then have authority to tell you what to do within your business. You see what I'm saying? So there's limits to how you can associate with people without giving them control over you. Because they control enough, don't they? They control where you can live, how much money you make, what you can eat, what you can drink, what you can wear, what God you believe in, and what you call it. Because what if I told you God is just a title? His name is Yahweh. But nobody told you that. You see what I'm
I
saying?
told you that. You know
But the thing is, though, we go to our enemies in one of all things. Like you said, you're in a frat at a college. Although it might be a HBCU, it's still sanctioned by the white man. So that means they teach the curriculum that he gives a thumbs up to.
Precept.
That's why I left the church. Because I was like, yo, this is bullshit. All they doing is collecting money and jumping over pews and dancing and
I
shit.
stopped going to church when I was like 11, 12. Like, but me and my mom, we wasn't seeing eye to eye. So I told her the story. It was just one thing like I grew up heavy in the church. Like my people deep in the church. You know what I'm saying? And shit. Like I was in the choir, like mine, dad. I was I used to pray every Sunday and shit like that.
Got that zeal, man.
Yeah, you know, I just do all that, but it was just like church became more. It started feeling more like a job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and that's what I told him. I'm like, bro, I just want to be able to be a regular nigga in the church. But I want to come get the word and go home like everybody else. Like I'm working hard and everything. You know what I'm saying? And that was like one thing, and then I just kind of started looking at the church. Like I went to a Baptist church, you know, Christian, you know, and it was like I ain't really a lot of shit. I just wasn't aligning with like just the way that I personally carry myself and like my personal goals. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm telling you, bro, like I never say nothing about you behind your back that I won't take it to your face. You know what I'm saying?
And integrity.
Yeah, so that was my thing. And then it's a sense of like I feel like Christians be like the biggest hypocrites. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember when I was in church. Probably last time I went to church, he had a gay dude that came to church. I personally don't know, you know what I'm saying? But the pastor, like, he's changed his, I can't say if he changed his sermon and included that, or that was what it already was prior to that. But, like, he was, like, just antagonizing me at the nigga had, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, saying, like, how it's wrong and all this, and how God looking down upon him. My thing is, but you be the same, I grew up in the same church, be the same people that tell me, like, you're not supposed to judge. You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to tell people if they're going to heaven or hell. You know what I'm saying? You don't make that call. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, y'all the most judgment to me. I don't fuck with that shit. I stopped going. You know what I'm saying? I was like, there's too much stuff going on within the church that you know wasn't aligned. That it wasn't aligned with the things that I value. You know what I'm saying? Then the whole tithe, like,
Well, you touching on a lot. Let me touch on this one thing you just spoke about, right? Because them judging, I'm gonna tell you, brother, we do a lot of judging every day, right? Say brother Cannon is driving, right? And he's pulling off from a green light. You look to your left, there's somebody speeding, they about to try to run the red. What you gonna tell him if you don't see him?
hold on, I do that all the
Yeah,
Just
you
did
gonna,
that 2 minutes ago.
but what is that though? That's a judgment call. Because normally you won't say nothing because you don't want to distract the driver. But at that moment you go, man, he don't see it. I gotta say something. That's a judgment. Now what if I'm telling you, I know that God's gonna kill you for this. I have to judge you, even if you hate me. I'm gonna tell you, more of our people want to beat me up for doing this, and brothers like me doing this, than white folks. But that's because we're telling our people, hey, God doesn't like this. God don't like you being poor. God don't like you being a homosexual. God don't like you serving Jesus Christ, a white God, because his real name is Yahweh Shah. You see what I'm saying? But if you tell your people something that they find uncomfortable, they might get angry enough to swing on you or to pull out the blicky. You know what it is, because that's how Jay get down now. They'll just kill you, right? But let me read this to you, because one of the things your pastor was trying to do, he was trying to not suffer sin upon him, right? He was trying to tell him, hey, look, you know, your God don't appreciate you being a homosexual, and if you keep at it, you're going to pay for it. What you got?
That's why I told you about breaking the Sabbath. Because that's suffering sin upon you. That's why I asked you.
About me,
Yeah.
I don't know about that shit, man.
Yeah, and I will say this, because I know you have good intentions, but make sure you have the breadcrumb trail to take them to show them, like, hey, don't do this because God says this. You know what I'm saying? And you can show, hey, our people literally went into slavery for doing this. You know what I'm saying? But that happens when you become a much well-rounded teacher, and that happens with time, bro. You know what I'm saying?
My Sabbath was already cool. I bought the shoes.
You did buy them damn shoes.
Yo, they
And
wait
I
till-
let him
he
too.
wait till
I
it's
was
time to
right
get
there
food.
with
He
him
talking
too.
about
Damn.
something. You gonna break the Sabbath? They let me buy shoes.
I did.
I got this for y'all,
Yeah.
right? This is Isaiah, chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins. That's what he was trying to do. Now, I'm going to tell you, it's hypocritical to be a Christian pastor in a church where God ain't even at, telling somebody to do something different. Because did you know the Bible says God dwelleth not in temples made with hands? God ain't even in the building. Where two or more are gathered, that's where he's at. I'm going to get it for you. Because you giving me that look like, nigga, prove it.
You
All
say
right.
what? 2 or more people gather?
That's
Two or
the
more
church.
gathered.
That's the real church.
Can you get that for me? And I'm going to get a...
I don't know where that is. I know the precinct.
I'll get it.
I'm holding something.
That's
Well,
what bring them down.
but you got to remember, let me read this to you, and it'll give you more context. Right? And this is to my camera. These are the things that they never read in church, because if they read it, you would never go to church. It's right there. I got to record, brother. I got to record. I told you, man, people be fighting over here, man. That camera has saved me from going to prison. For real, for real. There's a video on my YouTube right now. I told you about it. I had to knock a dude unconscious right here. And I lost my temper. I was beating him unconscious, and I was about to drag him to a bar and kill him. And the first time another brother showed up to my spot to help me preaching the word, he saved me from killing somebody. The Most High God literally sends angels to help you. All an angel is a messenger of God.
I'm out here not nobody ain't gonna fuck with me.
I appreciate it, brother. I really do, man. I really appreciate it. But this is Acts, chapter 7 and verse 48. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet. So if God is not in temples made with hands, what is a church? Made with hands. That's why in your spirit you say, man, this shit ain't right, man. And guess what? That happens to all of our people. But most of our people, they go, you know what? I'm tripping. When you know it's something wrong with this place. Why people taking the bus to the church and the pastor pulling up in a Bentley? That shit is wild. And then he talking about the parking lot fund. Like, nigga, you got a new church 2 years ago. Church 3 times larger than the last one. You talking about getting a new church. Getting a private jet.
That's like Joel Osteen.
Joel Osteen, all them niggas. Oh, you like Joel Osteen?
No, he got nah, bro. Don't listen to
I'm
him.
about
Bro.
to say, wait.
Don't listen to him.
But you see what I'm saying, though. You know what I'm saying? If God ain't in the church, then that's why you came out the church. But I always tell people this. Leave the church. Don't throw the book away. Keep the book. Because this is your link to the Most High. Can you get me Deuteronomy 4 and 5? But I'm going to finish this in this book, right? So if you look at the ball in his hands, it represents world rulership. And there was only one other group of world leaders who used this type of symbolism. And they were the Byzantine Roman emperors. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible today? All right, brother. Have a good one. All right. You a king walking the earth. All right. But the Byzantine Roman emperors were the ones using that type of symbolism. the rulers during the Byzantine Empire, that was the Dark Ages. That's when we were in rulership. Why do you think they called it the Dark Ages? Or the Black Plague? Because it killed black people. Okay, I want you to. So, come on. So the Dark Ages technically began with the fall of the Roman Empire. Then you had the Holy Roman Empire, around 360 AD, right? We took over and we ran with the mantle for about 1,000 years. Then after about 1,000 years, the white man started coming out of the caves to the 1600s, right? And but here's the thing: the 1600s. A lot of people don't realize the very end of the 1600s, King James was doing some big things. You know, he signed the initial charter to start the colonies here in America. He's the one who sanctioned that. So without King James, there would have been no America. And there's even more evidence for that. The first 7 presidents under the Articles of the Confederation were black men like John Hanson. John Hanson even wrote the Declaration of Independence. A black man. Have you heard about that controversy where an AI was basically drawing a picture of the founding fathers who wrote the Declaration of Independence, and it had a black man in it? And white people were like, why is this AI putting niggers in here? But they don't know about John Hanson and that he wrote the Declaration of Independence. They don't know that because they think the first president is who? George Washington, when there were 7 that preceded him. But see, during that time, the presidential term was 1 year. He was the president of Congress. That was the highest position in the land. So if I'm in the highest position in the land, which is president of Congress, and there is no president of the United States, because there is no United States, what am I? I'm the president of the United States. So the first 7 presidents of America were black men. We created this place and we built it. And we were doing trade with our people, which are the native Hispanics, the native Indians, in North and South America. Because when Columbus came over here, he had people like Luis de Torres with him. Luis de Torres was a Moor. You've heard about the Moors, right? The Moors were the biggest race traders to our people. They were working with the white man to take over our land. Well, the Moors consisted of 3 people, or 3 races. You had East Indians, you had Arabs, and you had our people, the Berbers, right? Basically Negroes. We were in the northern and northwest and western coast or areas of Africa. And Muhammad, there's something called the Conquest of the Maghreb, where Muhammad and his forces went into basically North and West Africa, and he was forcing us to convert to Islam by threat of the sword. So either you converted, and if you were in his house, he castrated you. But if you were basically a convert living on your own, you were able to have children. But if you refused to convert to Islam, you died. That's why you have a lot of black people today. They call themselves Moors, they call themselves Muslims, right? Or members of Islam. See, this is a very sordid history because our enemies have all come from all over the earth to either get us to convert or to erase us entirely. Go ahead and get your precept, brother.
This is Deuteronomy 4 and verse 5. Behold, this is what you wanted, right?
Yeah.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that ye should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
So, this is why a lot of our people seem like they don't know nothing, because that book is your wisdom. You weren't here last week, were you?
No.
I wish you were. There were 3 Ethiopians, or Cushites, that were standing here. And when I was breaking down to them the Bible, there was a point where one of them said, this nigga knows everything. How often do you hear that as a black man? Somebody from another country goes, this black person knows everything. I've never heard that in my life. That was the first time I've ever heard it. But it's all because I have my wisdom from the book. And when you get into the Bible, you get me Revelations 1 and 3. When you get into the Bible and you truly start to study, it's going to drive you to get into other books. I'm going to read something else to you.
Unholy Quran.
I'm sorry, brother, what you said?
So you get into that unholy Quran.
Hey, but here's the thing though. In order to, if I'm trying to get a trapped child out of a well, what I got to do to get him out?
Get in the well.
I got to get in the well. I got to at least drop a rope to him or something. You know what I'm saying? So I got to know what they believe. For instance, if you're in Islam, I can show you that Muhammad is a white man. It's in the Hadith. The Hadith literally calls Muhammad a white man. But how many people know Muhammad is a white man? Very few. How many people know that Allah values the Israelites above everybody else in the Quran?
I told you that.
But see, now that you have that, when you look at the Quran, you go, well, why would I believe in the Quran? I might as well believe in the Bible first. Because I know the Israelites' book is the Bible. You see what I'm saying? I'm going to be honest, man. That's why we use comparative text. You know what I'm saying? Because there are certain things in the Bible, when you read it, it doesn't have the same strength as if you could read it in Hebrew. And then when you read the... I'm sorry?
That's the prelude to Sirach. I can get that too. The prelude to Sirach.
I'm thinking. Yeah, you can get it. Yeah, you can get it.
Bro, you know what I just thought about? I never even the Apocrypha. So, but I used to tell my mom this shit all the time. I was like, bro, it was hard. I feel like it was hard for me to believe in the Bible and trust it because I was like, bro, I feel like this shit. I'm like, bro, it's been around for far too long, way before we got here. I'm like, you can't sit here and tell me that shit haven't been taken out of it. You know what I'm saying? Where it been played with to what like they could flip it in. You know what I'm saying? Make it look like this what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like give it its own definition and understanding. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bro, I feel like they took the Bible and try to flip it, twist the word. You know what I'm saying? So they like and this. That's what they show me the Apocrypha. I'm like, bro, I never remember the damn Apocrypha, bro. And I'm like, so this book that was really taken out, and I said this since I was young, bro. Like, I'm talking like 6, 7 years old. I'm telling my mom this. I'm like, bro.
As a matter of fact, before you read that, I want to get something in Romans. Because the reason why you saying so much stuff that turns out to be in the Bible or true about the Bible is because you have an innate zeal for God. It's just not according to knowledge. And that knowledge is what you get taught from your teachers. Right? See, and this is to my camera. There's nothing wrong with being ignorant. It's when you're confronted with the information and you refuse to change. That's where, being stubborn and hard-headed, you're going to pay for that. Right? Hold on.
Really just stiff-necked, hard-headed people.
Yep.
I can read this real quick while you
Yeah, go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get it.
It's the prelude to Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus. It says, "For the same things uttered in Hebrew and translated into another tongue have not the same force in them. And not only these things, but the law itself and the prophets and the rest of the books have no small difference when they are spoken in their own language."
Yeah, there it is. That's in the Bible. It's literally telling you when it's translated to another language, it loses its potency. That's why you're saying, like, man, there's either something missing or something don't sit right. And that's because it's true. Something is missing. It's in the white man's language. I have a question. What did you speak before your people came to America? There's thousands of tribes in Africa. Okay. Okay.
He Haitian, he a Levite.
You from Levi? Oh shit. Okay, that's why you silent. You taking it all in.
Lord, I know like things about the Sabbath too.
Okay.
It's a little different. I people like 7 years later.
Okay, so you know more about keeping the laws and stuff like that. Okay.
So that's why I know when he said that. But I never was taught the difference with that. They would tell me not to do it, but nobody would tell me why. That's why I believe.
Well, brother, now that you know you're an Israelite, man, keep learning. So I'm gonna tell you, man, the tribe of Levi is a special tribe, man. Levi literally will kill his mother and father if the Most High God says they transgress, go get them. That's what Moses had to do. When he came down off of Mount Horeb and our people were worshiping a golden calf, Moses basically had to go, hey, who with me? And the sons of Levi stood up and they were with Moses and they went and they killed everybody who was worshiping that golden calf and put their hands on a pipe. And that was their own brothers.
Y'all wilding out there in Haiti.
Down in Haiti right now,
It's bad.
it's bad.
It's bad. It's all-minded people.
But what y'all like to get down with in Haiti? The machete. Yeah, y'all get down up close and personal.
Personal.
And just because you cut a Levite don't mean you killed a Levite. Because y'all be doing all types of voodoo and all types of crazy shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing. That voodoo, those are left hand, magics and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So one of the blessings of Levi is a unum and a thunum. They are magic instruments. Y'all are the one tribe who has been gifted with spiritual powers to basically do magic. But the thing is, y'all are supposed to be doing it for the Most High God. Because like when we went under the new covenant in the wilderness, what did Moses do? He killed a calf. He took half the blood. He sprinkled it on the altar. He took the other half of the blood and he put it on the people. That's blood magic. But that's what your people had to do. That's why y'all had that natural attraction to doing stuff like that. But that's why the Most High God keep fucking y'all up, them earthquakes. Because the Most High God said, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." And y'all are the closest to God. Literally, y'all, Levi means joined unto God. Y'all are literally joined to God at the hip. So if y'all are worshiping another God, what you think God gonna do to y'all for that? He gonna mess y'all up. Correct. I want to read this to you though, brother. Right? This is Romans 10:1. Brethren, my heart's desire and prayer to God for Israel is that they might be saved. For I bear them record that they have a zeal of God, but not according to knowledge. So our people have a zeal for God, but it's not according to knowledge. Right? That's why bringing out these things and you finding it out, you're like, yo, nobody ever gave me a chance to reject or accept this. And now that I have this chance, I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna learn everything I can and make a decision. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show you something else though. This is a book called The Memoirs of the Secret Services of John Mackey. If you come out here, brother, get this book. Get this book. I'm gonna read something. You're gonna see why I have it. This is the account of Daniel, the Earl of Nottingham, Secretary of State. His eldest son to Mr. Finch, Lord Chancellor in the reign of King Charles II. This gentleman never made any considerable figure till the Revolution, when he zealously opposed King William's coming to the throne, yet was made Secretary of State by the Prince to oblige the church, of which he sets up for a mighty champion. So obviously this is a very well-known figure in the court of King Charles, right? He has also the exterior air of business, and application enough to make him very capable. In his habit and manners very formal, a tall, thin, very black man, like a Spaniard or a Jew. So they know that the Jews are black and that the Spaniards are black. Why don't they say that today? Give me Psalms 83. Oh, we're going to get there too. See that zeal for God I told you about? You putting it all together. You putting it together before I even teach you. You know more than you think, brother. That's why the Bible says we're bringing this to your remembrance. You're not learning anything new. Because once you get the basics, I can teach you about things called regeneration. Have you ever walked into a room and you said, damn, I swear I've been here before? That's where that comes from. Deja vu. You've literally been alive again and again and again and again. But there's no remembrance of times past. You know what I'm saying? I'm only teaching you these things so you'll remember who you are and you can live your life for God without fear. That's why I can do this by myself and I don't fear nothing. I fear my God. That's it. And I fear more what my God will do to me if I don't do this than what a white man will do every Saturday. Every Saturday. And I'm going to tell you, man, doing this alone during the winter, this shit's scary as fuck, bro. It'd be dark as hell. The mist be on the water. You can't see more than like 20 feet down that path. People just be coming out the darkness. But it's exhilarating, man. And you get to meet people. You meet your people. You know what I'm saying? 3 years. 3 years. I'm going to be honest, man. You do. But once you understand that sex is marriage and your obligation in marriage, I got a wife, man. I'm telling you, I got one wife. One. I want more, but here's the thing. You got to provide for a woman's food, raiment, and her shelter. That's by obligation. So say I sleep with a woman.
Exodus 15.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to get that for you.
Yeah, go ahead and get it. But say you sleep with a woman, right? And then all of a sudden she start tripping. Joke's on you. You should have vetted her properly. That's your wife. Unless she cheat on you or commit an act of like an abominable act like pedophilia, bestiality, something like that. Unless she do something like that, I cannot divorce my wife. Sleep with an animal. And the Bible talks about that too. Any woman who basically offers herself into a beast, she's supposed to be like put to death. Her and the beast. Yeah, it's understandable. Is that your girl on the phone? supposed to teach your wife. That's what the Bible says. Your woman's supposed to learn at home from her husband.
So if you were to get another wife, would your wife be okay with
Yeah.
that?
As a matter of fact, my wife has said if we have kids, we have to get another wife.
That's what society is fucking gonna do.
Yeah, because she knows, like, okay, once, think about it. A woman having a baby, that is the hardest physical thing she will ever do in her life. And she's supposed to bounce back out the bed, take care of the baby, cook food, make bed, you know what I'm saying? So we need a sister wife for that.
Yeah.
So my wife is like, yo, I want a sister wife. I'm the one saying I don't want another wife.
Yeah.
Now you see how it switches when you know what you got to do?
That's
So
what
did you like tell her that like teach her all this stuff like she knows?
Well, a lot of it she knows because my wife, she used to be an English teacher.
Oh, okay.
So she loves to read anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
But, you know, she might have a question or there might be a breakdown that I need to make sure she knows.
Okay.
And you don't have to worry, man. I'm not saying that your woman is gonna be just terrible, but you're the stronger vessel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to learning and stuff, she's gonna see things differently from you. But she's always gonna see things in such a way where she synergizes with you.
Yeah.
And every so often you might bump heads, but if she understands her position, she ain't gonna be trying to run up against you. Because that's against her station as a woman. Yeah, that multiple wives thing, that's a hot topic.
I ain't gonna lie. That right there. Right there.
But I'm going to read this, right? This is for John, the Duke of Newcastle. Is of the name of Hollis, was Earl of Clare before the Revolution, and married a daughter of the late Duke of Newcastle, who died without heirs. Male King William created this gentleman a duke and gave him the garter. He is a gentleman, good-natured to a fault, very well bred, and hath many valuable things in him. Is an enemy to business, very credulous, well shaped, black complexion, much like King Charles.
Wow.
King Charles was that's black. That's what I showed you right here. Yeah, the one on the side. He black as hell, man.
I remember I was
Yeah, that's his hair. No, that's his hair. Have you ever grown your hair super long? Yeah. Well, when you grow your stuff super long, and if you have, so you got to think, not only are you growing it long, you're a king or a prince. So you got servants where you sitting in the chair,
Oiling
they
up
got,
shit.
and not just oil, like we used to have in like 8 ounces of oil where you measuring the shit. Can you imagine you a king? I want a gallon of oil, and you got it like that.
Yeah.
So now when they comb your hair, you like, shit, it ain't silky enough. Keep combing. More oil. As a matter of fact, I want frankincense in my hair. Now, all of a sudden, your hair looking all voluminous and it's flowing and shit.
Yeah.
That's how we used to look. That's why they put those, you know, those powdered wigs that they wear in courts. That's how you used to look. Because you were a prince. You were a man of royalty. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 Peter 2 and 9, man. When our people realize the estate that we fell from, you gonna realize you live in hell today. That's why everybody talking about I'm scared of going to hell. Nigga, you in hell. Every time you leave your house, what you worried about? You worried about a white man jamming you up and shooting you in cold blood and killing you in the street. Ain't that what hell is? I'm sorry? Yeah. Hey,
I have a question.
what's up, man?
So the Most High, right? He doesn't like. I'm not gonna say those people. We're the chosen people.
Okay. Yeah.
So why, if he knew we were the chosen people, why would he like? I don't know how to put this in words. Like, why would he choose to put them on this earth if he knew he was gonna punish them anyway?
I'm gonna tell you, you asking a highbrow question. But here's the thing: what if I told you Adam going off and transgressing the Most High God put that in him from the beginning?
That's because if he knew it was gonna happen already, right? Like why would he put them here anyway? Put them here.
Sure. Have you ever wrote a story?
Yeah.
When you write a story, you have a protagonist and an antagonist,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
good answer.
Usually the way it begins is everything is going fine until the antagonist does something. Now the protagonist's story begins. And he has what? A hero's journey. Right? So I'm going to read something to you real quick, and it's going to give you a little bit of context.
Nah, I said Esau is Thanos.
No, you got it switched. We're Thanos.
We're Thanos.
Yeah, Yahushua is Thanos. As a matter of fact, well, Yahushua, because we're Thanos' army. I'm going to show y'all. As a matter of fact, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. Oh, I love comics, bro. My uncle drew for Marvel. Yeah, he used to draw posters and stuff back in the day for Marvel in the early 90s.
He probably drew Thanos.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was easy work for Mom. Yeah. I need to talk to my Uncle Red.
You still drawing stuff? How you got into it?
He just had a gift for drawing.
All the brothers draw, man. You trying to get into shit like that.
I'm gonna show you something, right? Can you give me Revelations 1 and 14? And I'm gonna ask you, when we describe this figure, who this sound like. And I'm gonna show you a picture of Thanos and Darkseid.
Darkseid, that's a bad dude.
Hey, I love Darkseid too,
Yeah,
man.
he's a bad dude.
Yeah, Darkseid, bad nigga, man.
I got it whenever you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead and hit it.
It's Revelation 1 and 14.
Louder.
Show ass up. His head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow. And his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass.
Stop right there. Stop right there. You had a good point.
You showed me.
Yeah, I know that.
His eyes are as a flame of fire. His arms and his feet like unto fine brass. Fine brass is what color, brother? It's brown. He's gonna say as if it were burnt to the furnace. What happens when you burn something? It turns black. Who that look like? That's Darkseid.
I've been to Slovenia.
You know what Darkseid is? That's like Thanos to DC.
I'm showing you. I got the picture. I'm showing you.
Superman,
I'm showing you.
Archie.
Now, when I tell you what Darkseid's mission is, you're gonna be like, God damn, that's your house shot.
They took
That's
it.
crazy. I never even thought about that.
That's Darkseid. Thanos look the same, he's just purple. You know what I'm saying? But what is Yahushua coming to do? To conquer the earth and set up his kingdom. What does Darkseid do when he gets to a planet? He conquers the planet and sets up his kingdom. They're telling you who your Messiah is, they just inverted. And who is Superman, by the way? Superman is from Krypton, another planet, so he's not a white man. His name is Kal-El. What does Kal-El mean in Hebrew? It means all-powerful. And who is Superman defending? He's defending the people that Darkseid should just conquer. And what does Darkseid try to do every time? He tries to recruit Superman over to his side. And he even calls Superman his son. He's supposed to be. And where does Superman get his powers from? From the sun. You see how they tell your story to you in reverse, but you don't catch it? Because you don't have the knowledge from the scriptures. That's how they get you.
She still doing the phone. She into that Marvel DC show. All that
Yeah.
shit.
That's how they get you.
Stop reading like this.
Try to get her out that church.
And who writes all these comics? The Jewish people over in Israel. They all Amalekites. I'll even go a step further. That's the chief house of Esau, the Edomites. We're gonna get into that too. Because when we read the white man. So we're gonna read Psalms 83, and it's gonna go over all the heathen nations. Hey, to the camera. This brother said something very spiritual. He said, this is their heaven. And you're right. This is their heaven. Because everything about this we hate. I hate stepping outside my apartment, not being able to put my feet in grass. Smelling dog shit, car exhaust. Have you ever lived out in the country before? Yeah. Don't it feel good to wake up in the morning? You got fresh sun, ain't no niggas spraying the sky. The air clean. Yeah.
So my grandma, she's from like St. Louis, Louisiana. So it's like up north Louisiana. That shit the country, like. But like I was born in New Orleans. I was from New Orleans. I stayed there in Kentucky Tree. I was like 3, 4 years old, and so we moved up to like up north, like and bro, that shit considered the country, but it's really nice out there, bro. Like the extreme land, and bro, when we every time we talk about like me and my siblings, we be like, man, we miss the country, like, and we from the city, bro. Like, but like, I never even thought about that shit, but it was like you was just like on your own type shit, like just vibing, bro. Like it wasn't all the extra shit, bro. It's like, yo, it really was like all our people there, like that city was like just we knew everybody, and the shit was basically all like it was like, bro, it was always a good time, bro. And we didn't even have shit out there, bro. Like we were struggling, like way more than stuff, but like, bro, we got a lot of memories, and we just enjoyed it out there. That shit was crazy.
I want you to finish Revelations 1 and 14, but I'm gonna tell you about our forefather Jacob. Because when you find out who our forefather Jacob is, you're gonna realize why you like living in the country instead of the city. The city is Esau. Esau's thing. Because I have a question. If you lived in a cave, ain't this like living in a cave? The floor is made out of rock. The roof more times than not is made out of rock. Don't nothing grow around you. Ain't no animals in the cave. And the animals that are there are parasites, spiders, things that you don't like. This is how the white man lived. Like you said, this they have it. But when I tell you about your forefather Jacob, you're going to realize you just like it. From your forefather Jacob was such a mighty man, he wrestled an angel to a standstill
Broke his hip.
with a broken hip. That's your forefather. And this is to the camera, right? Because we got to tell blacks, Hispanics, Native Indians, that's how you are able to get through 500 years of slavery. That's how you made it. See, all these other heathen, they about to go into slavery. They going to go into 1,000 years. They got to pay back double. They can't do what we did, bro. They can't do it, man.
So the world not about to end.
No, it's going to end, but what is the world, though? Is the world the earth or the rulership on it? You see what I'm saying? Because, see, if I say the world is ending, and I read Isaiah 45:17,
You just said they good time that they have about to come to the end.
yeah, your interpretation is correct, and it's in the Bible. We can prove that. As a matter of fact, while it's on your mind,
You know, about the end in flames and then like the world will be good. I was like, I don't want to use that shit. I want my own big.
I want to read this to you real quick, and then we're going to finish that Revelation. This is Isaiah, chapter 45 and verse 17. But Israel shall be saved in the Lord, with an everlasting salvation. Ye shall not be ashamed nor confounded. World without end. Israel is a world unto itself. So if we're a world as a people group, then the Edomites are a world as a people group. Now you see why they say the world is ending.
They were about to end.
It's about to end.
Damn, that shit.
Go ahead.
One in Revelation still?
1 and 14.
I'm
Just
at,
getting the likeness of
I'm
Yahweh.
at 15. So, and his feet were like unto fine brass, as if they burned in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters.
So let me get this straight. The Messiah is a black man with woolly white hair, with red eyes, and he's loud as hell. And they lynched him. Because last time I checked, if they hang you on the cross, what is that?
Hanging on a tree.
Yeah, you getting hung on the tree. I call that a lynching.
Who you slump, who you...
So how's that a white man? When the white man ain't died for nobody in his entire existence. Let's be real with it. Your white man or your white boss won't even give you a day off. You mean to tell me he died for you? I mean, like, our people really got to start thinking. I know you know this already. Black men in America, we know the white man ain't on shit. And we know he heartless. But a lot of our people in general just don't think about these things. Can you give me Isaiah 1 and 3? Right? So if Israel is a world unto itself, when John 3 and 16 says, so God so loved the world, what world is he talking about? He's talking about Israel. That's what he's
Prove
talking
that
about.
too.
Huh?
So we can prove that too. That's
Yeah.
an easy one. I got Isaiah 1 and 3.
Yeah.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 3. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel doth not know, my people doth not consider.
Keep going.
A sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backward.
So our people never stop and think, and as a result, they get worse, worse, and worse. I have a question for you, right? The God of the Bible tells you not to eat pork. Is that a good or a bad? Well, either. Okay. What happens when you eat a lot of pork? No, you get heart disease. You get like diabetes, parasites. Yeah.
You know what you do eat though, nigga. The nigga eats shrimp.
I'm gonna tell you, man. So
Love that shrimp.
So say I saw a big ass roach walking around here, and I caught him. Okay, but that's all a shrimp is. It's a roach in the water. It's a water roach. You know what I'm saying?
Hey
So-
man, we've had this conversation too many times.
yeah, I know, but I mean,
Pull
but
up at our crib, you gonna see people bags of shrimp in that bitch.
I'm trying to get that shit out of there.
Tell that shrimp, I'm sorry.
look, and
I
this is
don't eat a lot of shit, bro.
this is more to give anybody who watches my videos just a little history on me. So, back when I was in my mid 20s, I used to, you know, I was like y'all age, I was college age, right? And basically being broke and on a budget trying to entertain women, I had to make things work. So instead of going out to a ritzy restaurant, I go get me a pound of filet mignon and I get a pound of shrimp. And I had something called the penny dropper that I would make. And what you do, I'm not telling you to cook this, right? But I would make shrimp butter to cook my steak in. And then I would make a sandwich with grilled caramelized onions on it. You talking about a nigga falling asleep at the crib. They couldn't even leave the crib. You don't need roofies, all you need is a sandwich.
You put something down.
That's what I'm saying. But here's the thing though. Why is somebody
Tell me
fall?
how you made that bitch.
I'm not telling you how I made that.
Shrimp
No.
butter with the caramel.
This is what I deal with every day, man.
So I'm gonna tell you the lawful version. Just get you some mahi fish, get some butter, and just saute it on a low heat. You can throw the fish away if you want, because I don't like mahi. I just like the ocean taste, you know, saltwater taste. But you put it in the butter, you drain the butter off, and then you put that on the skillet and you cook your filet mignon. And you cut it into thin strips.
You don't eat steak either.
Well, I mean, you could do trout or salmon with that.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? And then you dice up some onions, you put it on the skillet, and you let it caramelize. Put a little brown sugar over it, let them get crispy, and you put them on a sandwich. Get a brioche bun too, that good bread. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know how to do that, man. Shit, any girl come to the crib, man, you get
You
it.
see, I got the little nut, boy. Don't let me do this one.
But I'm telling you,
I'm really a fool in that kitchen too. You add no artillery to my
you from New Orleans, man. I know you good. But here's the thing, though. You gotta remember, if you sleep with that woman, that's your wife.
I got a lot of wine.
You gotta let them know they're
Food
your
and
wives too.
raiment. Yeah, I got a precept.
Yeah, hit it, man. Definitely hit it.
So the white woman not my wife, right?
No, that's your concubine. You can throw them away if you want. I'd recommend you do so in these times too. If you're dealing with a heathen, let them go back to their nation.
Exodus, this precept, Exodus 21 and 10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall not diminish.
That's right. So I said earlier, you got to pay for her food, her shelter, and her clothes. Well, if you got 3 women, that means you broke. Yep, you're gonna be stressed out too, because guess what? Your body's not even yours. She can say, hey, look, I need some sex. You say that.
Yeah, brother.
You say that. Until you got 3 of them talking about, hey, I want it. And then the other one going, no, it's my turn. That happened to Jacob, remember? Rachel and Leah?
I don't know how long I can
Yeah.
keep it up, but I can keep it up for a minute. I ain't gonna lie.
How old are you, brother?
I'm 22.
Say that when you get 35.
That's fact. That's why I say I don't know how long I can keep it up.
Yeah, say that when you're 35.
Well, I had a 6-man rotation, and I would keep it all in one.
They wasn't living with you though.
Yeah.
That's where the problem come in at.
But here's the
All 16, but it was I was hitting something every day. Hitting 3 chicks a day.
But here's the thing. Now that you know they're your wives, ain't nothing wrong with that. Just make sure if you, I would say, spread it out a day. Because when you have sex, you defile your temple. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to put uncleanness from one session on your other wife. You know what I'm saying? That's abominable in the eyes of God.
Yeah, one of my chicks, she read the Bible. I ain't gonna lie, I lost some. That's the reason I lost some. But she she's big on that. She like the spirit was talking to her. Like I could just tell, like she's like she's been trying to keep me on the right track. I'm fucked up that I lost her, right? She seen so much and she kept taking me back. But I was a woman being right here.
Actually, let me get you a scripture, because here's the thing. And I'm going to tell you, I done lost good ones too. Doing that.
As far as like coming.
The good ones hurt.
like this,
The ones that ain't on shit, they leave you like, all right, whatever, I'll get another one of you. But the good ones, you be like, damn, you be thinking about her. You be with your other chick. You still thinking about her.
That's why I said.
That's how you know she a good one.
She doing something else with my mom.
Yeah.
I knew I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
So if you were to
You're not supposed to.
Because
then you make
have you ever got a woman and it seemed like everything that's like she like to go out partying, she shaking her ass everywhere, she doing everything that a wicked woman do. and yet she into you.
I don't like it.
You don't like it. But let me tell you how God
I'm
sees
gonna
it.
have fun.
Okay, but let me tell you how God sees it. This is Sirach, chapter 26 and verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord.
I knew he was about to say that, bro. 'Cause I'm like, you attract what you want, man.
Yep. I attracted what I was. I used to attract strippers. Yep. And guess what? I'm an ex-stripper. Yeah. No cap. Yep. All you need is a six-pack. Six-pack and some muscle.
Hey, go crazy.
I'm t-
I attract straight strippers.
But here's the thing, though. Your pastor's never going to tell you where you came from. Because most of your pastors never left the street. They still pimping. See, instead of pimping hoes on the blade, now they pimping hoes in the church. And they sit in the front row. And you know who they are. They come in with the big fans and the tight-ass dresses with the big ass. They sit in the front. And pastor be cutting up.
Man, that's the new pastor, bro. I'm glad. I ain't like my pastor. Like my pastor, my papa. That nigga, bro, that nigga was old by the time I got. But like, he'd get up there in the church. He'd tell us in the front. They was like, nigga, I was so good, boy. Like I was like, beautiful.
Yep.
I was like, yeah, it's in the DNA.
So you saying like you defile yourself when you have sex?
Yeah. You're unclean until even. So say like you,
How long?
it's until even. But what happens is, so for men, if you have an emission of your seed, it don't matter if you're having sex
Precept.
or you're doing your own thing. You ain't supposed to be doing your own thing, you know what I'm saying? But if you do, and you ejaculate, you are unclean until even. You have to take a bath, wash yourself with water, and then until the evening, you're unclean. Everything you touch becomes unclean.
Precept.
Go ahead and get it, man.
Leviticus chapter 15, verse 16.
Get out.
And if any man's seed of copulation go out of him, then he shall wash all his flesh in water, and be unclean until the even. And every garment and every skin whereon is the seed of copulation shall be washed with water, and be unclean until the even. The woman also with whom man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water, and be unclean until the even.
Now, well, go ahead. You want to say something?
So you say everything you touch, and you can't go to no congregation or like you can't do anything like.
Because
So
think
do
about
people
it.
have sex before. People can't have sex before going, not church. So
This is church.
even if you're married though, like
Well, yeah,
how
even
is
if
sex
you're married.
marriage if it makes you dirty?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you still unclean. There's no, so being unclean is not the sin itself.
It's not a sin.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
It's
It's a state of being.
okay.
So you play video games, right?
Yeah.
Have you played like a MMO or something like that? You know what that is, Matt? Like those online games where you can have like a debuff. Okay, damn, I'm too nerdy for y'all, man. So basically, like, say like you get poisoned in a game.
Okay.
You know the poison lasts for about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So you might run away and try to hide while the poison wears off.
Oh, okay.
Then you heal yourself after that.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a spiritual uncleanness.
Analogy for it.
Yeah. So, because you got to think, God walks through the camp spiritually. It even says it in the Bible. That's why, like, back in the days when we were in the wilderness, we would, we have to go to the bathroom. Say you do number 2. You're supposed to go outside the camp, and when you get done, you're supposed to bury it. Because when God walks through the camp, he don't want to see that. Because think about it. If you're a king of kings, and you see something abominable, what you going to do? You're going to be like, ugh.
Yeah.
You like, man, I'm out of here, man. You don't want God to depart because he's seeing things that's abominable and unclean. So imagine you coming into the house of God and you just got done running through a stripper. How you think God see you spiritually? You unclean. And you a whoremonger. Because you dealing with a stripper, not your wife.
The whoremonger means what is that?
Somebody who basically is like, you want all women. Like you just running through women. And then you wonder why these brothers be getting caught up in the street and they getting sprayed down with bullets for dealing with women.
They don't got no self-control.
Yeah. No self-control.
The Most High judging us.
So how many women turn you into a whoremonger?
I'm going to tell you.
Like I genuinely.
No, it's a good question. Being a whoremonger is more of a mind state. Because say like I'm an ugly nigga, and I can only get one woman. But I want 1 million women.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's a mental state. Most men are whoremongers. I'm going to just be out right with, just real with you. They're whoremongers, they just can't get the women that they want. But say, because I was like that until... Well, no, but if you run into all the women and not treat them as wives, yeah, you a whoremonger.
Treat them as wives, like,
Money, clothes, shelter.
and so these bitches are really good. They treat them as wives, they buying food, they buying.
But when you hear how the women come out on social media talking about they're not taking care of their kids, they ain't seen this nigga in 6 months, that's a whoremonger, man. Yeah, you can't be a weekend warrior husband.
Yeah.
You missed
You know what I'm
it.
saying?
I'm gonna bring this back up. Exodus 21 and 10.
Yeah.
If you take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall not diminish.
Yep.
So if you take you another wife, her food, her raiment, which is like
Oh, so it's
clothing and
okay. So that's what happened.
housing, her duty of marriage shall not diminish. So, yeah, just get married.
So say every Tuesday you take your wife to a coffee shop at 8 a.m. and y'all sit, y'all have coffee, and you eat French toast together. Then you take a second wife. Now all of a sudden you missing every Tuesday. You've diminished her right as your wife.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying? So now you start to see you only got so much time in the day, and you only got so many days to do them things. Because guess what? You got the Sabbath, you got high holy days, you got congregation with your brothers to go to. If you do the work like this every Saturday, it's going to be taken up. Now you talking about adding 2 or 3 women. When one woman wants every moment of your time. Now you see why I only want one wife?
Yeah. Comes with a lot of stuff.
Shit hard, man. And then your one wife get on your nerves too? Shit. Oh my
They know how to
God.
put some money, for sure.
I love my wife more than I love myself, man. But I'm gonna tell you, bro. Sometimes I be like, yo, if it weren't for this Bible, my ass would have been gone.
Dang.
I'm just being real with you. But that's you speaking as a man.
Yeah.
When the Most High God builds you up, you start realizing your honor and your faith comes before your wants and your desires.
So with this whoremonger thing, right? And after, like, say you went through a bunch of women and you're trying to like become a better person, how would you start with?
First thing you got to do is build yourself up in the scriptures so you're a man of God yourself. Then go back and contact each woman and let them know what it is. Each woman. I would. That's what I had to do.
Really?
All of them you can remember. If they change their number, you can't contact them. Hey, it is what it is. But if
So you follow this up.
you just say, hey, look, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. According to the Bible, sex is marriage, and these are the duties of marriage that you are entitled to from me. But if you take me up on this offer, these are the duties that I'm entitled to from you.
Like each woman you've ever been, all the women you've ever been with, you gotta
Whether
call.
it's 1 or 100.
You gotta call everyone.
I ain't never heard that
Now,
offer.
now, if she's dealing with another man, you good, right? Because you got to remember, sex is marriage. So if she's dealing with another man, she ain't dealing with you no more. Y'all divorced. And here's the thing:
Yeah, that's what
What
I'm
if I
saying.
go tap in again?
she's defiled. You're gonna defile yourself. That's abominable in the eyes of God. You're gonna get judged for that too.
Yeah,
And that's how people be getting killed.
Because that's somebody
Like-
else's wife. At that point.
What if she done talking to him and then I tap back?
I'm gonna answer this with a hypothetical, right? Say you were dealing with a woman for 2 years. Y'all ended it. Y'all didn't end it badly. But y'all just ended it for one reason or another. Y'all were incompatible, right? She deal with another man for 3 years. They end. Now y'all talk again and y'all start sliding into being romantic. Why did y'all break up in the first place? So why you going back? That's right. So if you weren't compatible then, now you're doing something abominable. What God gonna do to her mind and heart to make sure your life get turned upside down? Remember, I read a wicked woman is a portion for a wicked man. Right? How does that scripture go? All bread is good to a whoremonger?
I've never heard that.
Hold up, yeah.
I got a precept though.
What if I'm just wondering, like, I wasn't ready on that time?
Yeah, that's why I just asked them.
I'm not supposed to.
No, I understand why y'all asking that because I was in the same position. But you still got to do your duty as a man of God.
So you gotta call every.
Yeah. And what?
I think if they
But
fuck
here's the
up,
thing.
Think about it like what if they just don't want someone like they like I have to call every girl. That means I gotta call girls some years fast, and I know they have people after me.
Nah, that's
what he
over.
said.
That's dead weight.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Say like you
Once
check.
that nigga poke him,
Yeah, that's over.
Yeah, once another man get with him, you
that's how
done, man.
That's how you get a release.
Yeah. You
So,
gone.
but I can't just bring up with somebody else.
Once you're a man of God, that don't exist no more, man. Ain't no girlfriends no more. As soon as the PP get into the JJ, you husband and wife. Even if it's just the tip. Fucked up. It is what it is, bro. I'm telling you the way it is, because most people ain't gonna tell you this.
A half a pump.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. God didn't ask you if it was a full pump, homie. He didn't ask you if you ejaculated. He didn't ask all that. That's not the covenant.
Man, they up there, you see it?
It's two pigeons. And guess what? Pigeons, they mate for life. You know that, right? You know who God's favorite bird is, too? The pigeon. Pigeon is French for dove.
I was gonna say dove, man.
Love, peace.
You know who God's most hated people is? The white man. Oh, yeah, you love how I did that, huh? Shit.
God is love, brother.
No, he's
How
not.
many times in the Bible?
No, he's not.
How many times in the
Have you read
Bible
Obadiah?
does
No,
God
no,
say
no.
love?
Hold on a second. Have you read Obadiah before?
What's that?
Have you read the book of Obadiah?
Obadiah.
So I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read you one verse.
Obadiah in the Old Testament.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
What's the difference?
God is love. God
Where is that in the New
loves everyone.
Testament? Where's that in the New Testament?
God, huh?
Where is that in the New Testament?
What?
God is
is
love.
Over 150 times in that
Where?
Bible, you're
Okay,
supposed
name
to
me one of
love.
them. Name me one of
How
them.
many
Name
times
me
it
one
says
of them.
do
I don't
not
want to hear
fear?
that. Name me
How
one of
many
them.
times it says do
Book,
not
chapter,
fear?
and verse.
Well, what's he-
Mr. Whiteman, you don't
what-
run
what's
this.
he re-
Book, chapter,
why
and
do you point
verse.
me out as the white
So
man?
I'm going to
We're
go
all
ahead
men
and
of
read
God.
Revelations
We're all
13
men
and
of
9.
God. Don't
Because
listen
this
to
is
this
what the
man.
white
He's
man
lost.
does.
He's
This
lost.
book ain't for him.
No,
And it burns him
we're all
up.
forgiven.
No, we're not.
Burn me up. It
Wait,
burns you up.
hold on,
You're
hold on.
getting excited.
Did God forgive you for
You
this?
don't know the Bible.
God
young
forgave you
man.
for this?
Don't-
You're
you don't know
barbecuing
the
one of my
Bible.
brothers alive.
Yeah,
God forgave you for that?
Every man's
You won't
forgiven
even
for
look
sin.
at it. Don't look at me. Look at the picture. Did God forgive you for that?
How many men? All men sin.
Get the fuck out of my
Black
face, man.
Sins
Get
too.
tired of these goddamn
All
crackers,
men
bro.
sin. God
I
hates
get
sin,
tired of these
but
damn
loves the
crackers.
sinner.
Come out.
You
God
don't know
forgave
the
me.
Bible,
God didn't
young
forgive you
man.
for that.
Where's he risen? What's
So
some of
guess
the
what?
best
I'm going to read the words of
ones?
Christ
Book of John.
where you're going into
Yep.
slavery.
Yep.
I'm going to read these words to you.
There are slaves in the Bible.
I know. And guess who put them in slavery? The Romans. Your people.
What book did Paul write about a slave? If you're
Get
so
your
big
stupid
on
ass out of here, man.
slavery,
This is Revelation,
Slavery.
chapter 13 and
God
verse
is
9. You going to
forgiving
talk over the word of God?
What?
You going to talk over the Bible? Thank you.
I know
This
the
is
Bible
Revelation.
a lot
This
better
is
than you do,
Revelation,
young man.
chapter 13, verse 9.
What-
If any man
what
have an
four
ear,
books in the
let him
Bible
hear.
talks about
Hear this,
you?
devil.
What four books
He
in
that
the Bible
leadeth into
talks about
captivity
your deception?
shall go into
Second
captivity.
John,
Did you hear that?
Second Peter,
Did you hear that?
Jude, and
Did you hear that?
Revelation.
You don't even know any of the
Revelation.
books.
I know the Bible.
You know the names of the damn book, but not a chapter or a
God
verse.
forgives all.
No, he doesn't.
You don't.
What's Hebrews 12 and 16 say?
Hey, I'm holding it.
Go ahead and read that.
Hey, this is Hebrews chapter 12, verse 16. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. For ye know that how afterward...
His birthright.
I'm reading, bro.
Shut up and listen.
For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing, he was rejected. For he found no place of repentance.
No place of repentance. So he
There's
forgave
no
you for
place
slavery,
of-
huh?
Christ. There's repentance.
What did you just hear? What did you just hear?
Esau has no place of
Hey,
repentance.
Mr. Devil, you don't run this. What did you just hear? What did you just hear?
Who are you calling
Devil
me
means
a hater?
deceiver.
Jesus did not call people that.
Man, get your ass out of here.
Jesus,
called
he
Herod
would
a
call
fox.
you a dog. He would call you a dog.
You see what I'm saying? This is what these white folks do.
Don't know the Bible.
They're trying to join themselves unto us to get our deliverance. Meanwhile, what does this damn crusty ass lice-infected devil have to be saved from? Aside from sunburn. You're a liar. No, you don't. His name isn't even Jesus. What's his name? What's Christ's real name? What's his real name, Mr. Devil? The letter J is 500 years old. What's his name? The letter J is 500 years old. What's Christ's real name? Froze. Shut up, nigga.
Confounded.
Confounded. Be quiet.
Confounded.
Take your simplistic ass up the street.
A son of man.
Damn idiot, man. Nigga straight froze.
Cut.
Like a Windows 98 computer. Nigga was on reboot.
Cut. Okay, Revelation 13:10.
Just know, white devil, one day we gonna be using your wife as a footstool. And I'm gonna beat your damn back in. It's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. Get me Revelations 2 and 26. Get tired of these goddamn devils. Try to have a part 2 to they fucked up kingdom. Done fucked the whole earth up. Talking about the kingdom of heaven is for you. Oh, it's for you, all right. You're going to be warming up beds and cooking grits. It's going to be a good ass time.
Con. Said 2 and
And
26.
yeah, you're going to season them motherfuckers too. You're going to learn the hard way. Not your white ass. Not you. You going to die in America.
This is red letter.
Go ahead and get it, brother.
Revelation chapter 2, verse 26. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken into shivers, and even as I received of my Father.
So those are Christ's words. And he's saying to who overcomes and endures unto the end, you're going to get a rod of iron to beat your slaves with. They don't read that in the Bible because they want to tell you Jesus is going to welcome you to summer camp. You're going to get a PS5 and a big house. I have a question. How did kingdom get built? We built it. So how the kingdom of heaven going to get built?
Damn.
Give me Isaiah 60.
Con.
See, they don't read this in the Bible because guess what? The white man got to pay us back. He got a kingdom to build. Same with the Chinese man, Japanese man, all these damn heathens. That's why it's important to know who you are and who your enemies are, because your enemies are trying to take your salvation.
Con.
Go ahead and get it, man.
Isaiah chapter 60, verse 10. And the sons of the strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee. For in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day or night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought.
Now keep going.
For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish.
They shall what?
They shall perish.
Now they gonna live with us.
No, they shall perish.
Now we gonna be best friends.
They shall perish.
Now we gonna hug each other and have a barbecue.
They shall perish.
They gonna fucking die.
Con. Yea, these nations shall be utterly wasted.
It's plain up on tables, man. That's why when these devils come with that feel-good doctrine, what's good about this? He gonna tell you to feel good because he feel good walking around here. This is Mexico, by the way. They call it Texas. But this is Mexico. I would feel good too if I'm living in another nigga house, drinking his juice and sleeping in his bed, wearing his robe and shitting in his toilet. I feel good too. But what about you? That's what Isaiah 1 and 3 is talking about. Our people don't stop and think about this. Why the white man telling you to feel good about all this when ain't nothing good about this? All we do out here is die, man. That's all we do. And our people never stop and think, how is a man who can't even go outside in the sun for 30 seconds, how is he over us?
So I have a question.
Yeah, what's up, man?
So if they did what they did to us like for 500 years, they put us in slavery and shackles and stuff, and we do it to them, are we gonna get punished after?
No, because you leveling the playing field.
What is that? It is a righteous thing with
God to recompense those, or
is
those
that
in trouble.
Timothy?
Yeah. Recompense tribulation to those in trouble.
I just read that earlier.
Yeah.
If you saying if it's double the amount of years,
I'll go into it right now. I'll go into it right now.
You gotta do that, like, do I have to? Like, I don't like, I'm a chill.
I'm gonna be honest, bro, I'll say it like this, man. If you get to the kingdom and you don't want your slaves, send them my way, brother. I'll take them. I will take them, nigga. I'll take them. You can rent them out to me. I'll pay you for them. I don't mind that. But don't be getting on me when they show up with bruises and broken arms and
I
shit.
don't want them back. I don't want them, bro.
That's cool. I'll take them. It's like that, man. And the words that we read were the words of Christ.
Like, I just look at it like I said, bro, I'm a chill nigga. Like, I don't really be with all the, like, I mean, I'm not saying, like, oh, God loves everybody, but I personally feel like, bro, it's enough love to go around, bro. Like, I don't really just have it in my heart to be going on 8 bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bro, and I think that's, like I said, bro, I'm just a chill nigga, bro. Like, I'm chilling, man.
I have a question for you, though, when you say that. Do you consider yourself to love what God loves and hate what God hates?
That's a tough question. And
You thinking of Romans 9?
I'm gonna say, I mean,
I was about to get that. What you gonna get?
Ecclesiastes 7 and 7.
Get that after you.
I'm gonna say also because, like, yeah, we striving to be like God. But I mean, I feel like if God like a bitch with big titties and a flat ass, I ain't attracted to that. I like a bitch with a big ass and flat titties. You know what I'm saying?
You need to read Song of Solomon, man.
So I have to like exactly what he likes.
I mean, not exactly, because you got to think. Native Indians are people, and they ain't known for having, robust backsides. You know what I'm saying? You got the whole spectrum in Israel,
I
man.
like Latinos.
Yeah, you know.
I see it in your face. Oh yeah.
Man,
You got
So,
excited.
so to your question, so that's why I'm like, I mean, for the most part, I would like to be like God. You know what I'm saying? That's the issue. But I'm like, I don't know, like, what this takes. Like, me and you don't have the same taste, so it's hard to say me and God got the exact same taste.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about the carnal things of the flesh. I'm talking about the spiritual things. See, him as an Edomite, he is of a different nation than us. When you think of a child molester, what you think of? Think of a white man.
Think of a Catholic priest.
No, well, you think of a Catholic priest, but who is a white man.
White Catholic.
When you hear about people having sex with their dogs, you think of white people.
Think of Ishmael.
Now, give me Job 30. Give me Job 30.
What verse?
Job 31. You can start from the top. Right? Now, I'm going to read this because these are the words of King David. Right? These are the words of King David. And King David, he made it apparent that he hates who God hates. This is Psalms, chapter 139 and verse 21. Do not I hate them, O Lord, that hate thee, and am I not grieved with those that rise up against me? I hate them with a perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. That's King David. That's the mightiest man in the world at the time.
So what they taught us, completely bored.
It's
Like
bullshit.
God, like hate, love thy enemy, stuff like that. That's just never
When it says
happened.
love your enemy, who's your enemy? Can you give me Leviticus 19 and 16 first?
You said it, you don't like
Well, what I'm asking is, when it says to love your enemy, you can have an enemy of your own people. You can have an enemy that's a heathen. So can I do both at the same time? I can love my enemies that are my people and hate my enemies that are of the other nations. That's what the Bible's talking about. You talking about the words of Christ when he said, like, how often am I to forgive my enemy? 7 times? He said 7 times 7. He was talking about your people. And you know that to be true. You have any brothers and sisters? You have a sister, right? You and your sister, how far are y'all apart?
2 years.
2 years? 2? Okay, cool. So say your sister came in your room, she broke your PlayStation. You might have animosity toward her for a while, but eventually you go, man, it's just a damn PS, man. I'm good. That's forgiving your people. Now say a white man break in your house and steal all your food and your stuff. You never forgive him because he violated the security and sanctity of your home, and you shouldn't forgive him because that's your mortal enemy.
But this is what I'm saying though. That needs level up. Because like if a black person broke into my house, so
That's
broke
why he
up all
said
my
you can
stuff.
hate your black.
Well, you're not supposed to hate your people either. Actually, can you get that in Leviticus real quick?
Oh, you said you always.
Yeah.
You gotta forgive your people. But hold on, before you read that, I want to say this. Now, take a second. You see this bird here? This is what happens when you bring out the word of God. The animals become at peace with you.
I ain't never seen a finch
And why
this
a
color.
squirrel run up into brother?
This is Leviticus chapter 19, verse 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people. Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord.
Keep going.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor, and not suffer sin upon him.
So, say I break in your house. You're not supposed to hate me, you're supposed to correct me. One of the things that used to happen in our community is that I get hemmed up, like arrested. I'd be brought before the Levitical council, and they would conduct court. And you would have 2 to 3 witnesses to testify against me. And under the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses, I would be deemed guilty. And at that point, depending on what I did, I would get a penalty. I might get flogged, 39 lashes. Now, after I get flogged, I then have to pay you back plus 20% of what I stole. That's justice. Now, do you have a reason to hate me after that? No.
That shit ain't worse than that.
But here's the thing now. Now you hate your brother forever. Because after he steals something from you, when you get it back? Yeah, that's it. But you still ain't got no TV.
The point
You see what I'm saying? So now you're sitting in an empty house just thinking like, damn, I miss my
Your
TV.
neighbor, who is your neighbor? It's your brother. brother. Exactly. Because this is like what it
But
says
whose
right
system of justice is that?
here. It says right here.
No, I'm talking
Thou
about
shalt
here in
not
this
hate thy
kingdom.
brother in thy
These
heart,
white
thou
folks.
shalt anywise rebuke thy
Yeah.
neighbor.
But if our
Your
people
brother and
made
your
the
neighbor
rules,
are synonymous.
you would get your shit back.
So your
Plus
neighbor
20%.
isn't just like
And
Esau
here's the thing, say he stole the TV and he pawned it.
Okay.
Well, you're going to get a brand new TV that's worth more than
It
your
goes
old
on to
TV.
say, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people.
Thy people.
So your neighbor is the children of your people. Your brother, your neighbor, that's the children of your people. You're supposed to forgive.
No matter what.
Now, I want you to think about it real quick. We supposed to forgive our own, but how often do we do that? Almost never. How often do we say yes sir, no sir, and I'll be on time, sir, to the white man at the job?
Every fucking day.
Every damn day. Ain't that forgiving your slave master who did nothing but rape, rob, and abuse
I've
you?
been saying, I'm telling you.
I know that's crazy because he
I've
did
been
just say
saying
that
that,
shit.
bro.
He's from New Jersey, right? And he's talking to us about how you got that southern hospitality. He said, man, that's slave shit.
Like,
Yeah.
yes, man.
I
yes,
never
sir.
thought about it like that, but it really
bro,
is some slave shit.
That's like, why are you going up to people? Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
That
Like,
really
going
is some slave shit.
But I make sure to do that to my people.
Con.
Okay, yeah.
When it
Put
comes to
them
the
on
white
a
man,
different pedestal. Like,
yeah, you know, I try to elevate my people
Yeah.
above
because you're
anyone
talking to a
else.
person, they only was doing that to like kings and queens back then, like
Well,
people
we
that's
call
like,
each other king.
yeah.
What's that? What you call it? Second?
First Peter
First Peter
2:9.
2 and 8?
2:9.
2 and 9?
No. Let me get it in the ESV. Yeah. Because you know it says chosen race, right?
I've
the
heard that
ESV.
before.
As a matter of fact, get it in the KJV. I'm gonna get it in the ESV. Now I'm gonna ask you: if your pastor taught the Bible like this, would you go to church? Hell yeah.
I like the interaction.
Yeah. And plus, this shit fun, man. Because your God is just like you. Did you know God like fried chicken?
Did I show you that?
We read
I
this.
showed
Yeah.
you that.
I always bring this out now. It's Leviticus 2, man. God like fried chicken and he like it cut into pieces.
I'll bring that out right now.
Yeah.
Who don't like it?
Your God just like you, man.
Hey, this is 1 Peter 2, chapter 2, verse 9.
Yep.
Be ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, an holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light.
So the Most High God is literally saying that the Israelites are a chosen people, a royal priesthood. We're a nobility. Now I'm going to read it in the ESV. It's going to make a lot more sense. This is 1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 9 in the ESV. But you are a chosen race. You're a chosen race. God don't love everybody like that. It's by the lineage of your father. That's how a race is, basically delineated. Right?
These niggas be calling me Esau and shit, man.
But,
These niggas be playing.
but what if his daddy was like,
My daddy
if
is
his
like,
daddy was white,
Yeah, if his dad was white, he'd be Edomite. And I'm gonna tell you, if his dad was an Edomite, he'd be completely different.
Con.
Completely.
no, Bob Marley.
Yeah, well, Bob Marley was not. If you actually see behind the scenes footage of Bob Marley, he is not like your average Jamaican. As a matter of fact, when he was at the height of his fame, most Jamaicans hated Bob Marley. They love him
They
now.
are a little deep,
But-
different when they dads. I always say like you got a white dad, black mom. They are a little weird, a little
Yeah,
off.
they are, and that's because they're trying to fit.
They're trying to fit, and they didn't have that
Yeah.
role model.
Like
So,
old girl that we see.
yeah.
But that
It's
is
a
a white
feeling you
man.
have.
That's her mom, black motherfucker.
Hey, it is what it is.
I got a precept. This is Revelation 1, chapter 1, verse 6. And hath made us kings and priests unto God and his Father. To him, to him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen.
Yeah.
I got this question. So
So, man.
you're saying like, so are we just like the stories of the Most High? Like,
Well, we're not just a story. You gotta remember, the Most High God has his son Yahushua, right? He's the only begotten of the Father. If your son needed a kingdom, what would you make for him? A kingdom. And a kingdom needs what? People to rule with. Not only does he need people, he needs subjects and he needs servants. Well, do you want your servants and your subjects to be the same people? No. There you go.
but if he made, if he,
But that makes sense why white people, if they was here first in this big land, why would they could have easily made their own people build
pictures to answer your
It was
question,
punishment for us because of what we
right?
That's what Adam
Now,
He was telling me that.
the slavery is not the problem. What are they doing to that, brother?
Oh,
They demasculated him.
Oh, it's worse.
Is that the horses? Or are they burning?
They barbecued them alive after they lynched them.
they was doing some fucked up shit.
Now, here's the thing. You know about buck breaking, right?
Man.
They were doing that on the plantations as well. They would take the biggest slave, they'd chain him to the floor, and they would run a train on.
Read the Willie Lynch letter.
Yeah, Willie
I
Lynch.
know it's the demasculated. They did that shit in front of all the like it's
All the women and the kids.
Yeah, to show like niggas like you ain't
Don't be like that guy.
And that's why when you start talking about the history shit, I was like, bro, I'm like, yeah, you tell me about the dark ages and shit. I ain't pay attention to so much study. Like, that's because like, bro, I have a white teacher who's teaching a class on black kids. And that shit, and that's what I'm about to get on this point. Bro, I told you this shit. If you go down for enough, right? I need it.
Now, I do want to ask you a question, right? Have y'all ever met a white boy? He could play football, he could dance, he could play basketball, he could rap. Both his parents white. You'll meet him more so in like podunk towns, like with trailer parks and shit. But here's the thing though. It's not about how you look, right? There's a people in Russia and basically throughout Eastern Europe. The tribe that's still around in good numbers today are called the Selka people. Selkup, I believe, Selka. They go back to a group called the Samoyeds. They are the native tribes of, say, like Denmark, Lithuania, Estonia, Russia. When you see pictures of them, they look like Native Americans here. They're our people. But if you have a child with a white woman, and your son has a child with another white woman, but they're going to look like a Avenger. They're going to look white. But who they go back to?
Israel.
So what are you?
Israel.
An Israelite. That's where that comes from. You got to try the spirit. That's why that devil's standing up going, Jesus love everybody. No, he don't. But here's the thing though. If that's what the white man is coming with, I know what spirit he's in. He's in the spirit of I get to take your shit, rape your people, steal your land, and God just gonna open his arms. Yep, and ask for forgiveness, and I don't have to get the shit back. That's a white man. That's Esau. Yeah. But see, there's layers to it. That's why I don't judge people based on just how they look. That's why I teach the way I teach, because I teach very abrasive. I'm going to get a reaction out of you, whether it's good or bad. And if I get a bad reaction, I can steer you and see who you are. If, say I say, you white folks going into slavery, and a nigga just want to bow up and fight, that's Jake right there. So now I got to figure out, okay, are you a Jake or are you not? Because most white men ain't trying to throw hands with you. I don't give a fuck if you a 3-foot midget. They ain't trying to throw no hands, they trying to shoot.
You gotta explain what Jake is.
Oh, an Israelite.
It's an Israelite in the world. Like y'all are Jake.
Yeah, y'all. So you know what? We gonna read about who Jacob is. We gonna read about that just a second. I got a few things I'm gonna read to y'all, right? But I know you're saying like basically, how can we Like, if they enslave us and we enslave them, how is it any better? See, in the kingdom of heaven, we ain't gonna be lynching nobody. Because the Bible tells us if you hang somebody, you ain't even supposed to leave them hanging for that day. You're supposed to cut them down and bury their body. Because you defile the land that way if you don't cut them down. That's why one of the prophecies for our people was that we would hang from trees and we would be food for the fowls of the heavens. So one of the things that people don't know, and this is for the camera as much as it's for y'all, Willie Lynch was more of an innovator for slavery. The way they used to conduct plantations was very draconian. When you would come into a plantation, say you were walking down this little pathway, that was like an entryway to a plantation, they would have bodies hanging on both sides. That's bad for business. Because if I'm another slave owner, you're telling me that's a slave that rebelled, that's a slave that ran away, that's another slave that rebelled. I want what I want. If I'm coming to buy slaves from you, I want to know that slaves are compliant, obedient, subservient. Seeing slaves being punished unto death, that's not that. So what Willie Lynch did, he was like, look, this is how you pit your slaves against each other so that now you don't have to be everywhere at once cracking the whip. Now they'll police each other. They'll hate each other. Whether they're fat, skinny, tall, short, dark, light, male, female. That's how he actually conditioned his slaves to hate each other. And he taught that to the other white slave masters.
I got a Wikipedia entry on the Willie Lynch letter. It
Hey,
says
go ahead,
the
man.
Willie Lynch letter is an address purportedly delivered by a William Lynch to an audience on the bank of the James River in Virginia in 1712 regarding control of slaves within the colony. So it's about controlling slaves. It was a letter or an address.
Really, this is the black man.
No,
Oh, hell no.
absolutely
He's a
not.
white
That was
man.
an evil,
That's
an
Esau, man.
evil. Bro, if you read it, like, bro,
You'll get
it's
mad.
fucked up.
It'll
Let me
make
get
you
that.
mad.
It's a letter, bro.
Yeah, it's like 14 pages. Yeah, it's short. It's real short.
Nigga, look at how long this
Y'all,
is.
y'all college students, ain't y'all? Y'all in college?
Hey man, you heard of ChatGPT, man?
I've only typed in a little bit on that. I ain't
Hey
read
man, that thing will work some wonders now. Let me tell you.
That should have been in
You don't do no schoolwork.
Man, you ain't read that. You ask ChatGPT, man, what Genesis P12 see? That didn't tell you, like, that didn't tell you everything.
Now I'm gonna tell you, the one time I used Chat GPT, I was actually asking questions about Jesus Christ and his true likeness, and it tried to lie to me.
It lies.
You're like, fuck Chat.
So at that point, now I have to give evidence for why Christ is another color. See, and if you know the account in Daniel 10, where it says his arms and his feet are like in color to polished brass.
Did ChatGPT say that God was white?
Well, it tried to say that we don't know the color of Christ or God. It tries to leave it ambiguous when the Bible tells you directly.
And when you debated about salvation too, like you'll hit it with precepts. I've done this several times. You hit it with precepts and it'll say that's true, but modern Christian doctrine
You look like the
says
type of nigga
that.
sit there and try to argue with Chat.
Oh, yeah, I already know. Hey bro, SOT and them did it, so don't let these fools, man. These niggas here.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, you gotta remember, they're about to outlaw us having Bibles. Did you know that? They're actually passing laws to ban the Bible.
Who is?
The white man, they're already passing legislation. I think they did it in 2 states already
That's crazy.
to start banning the Bible. Up in Vermont, they were already burning Bibles. Yeah,
Oh,
you got in the book of the in Second Ezra had to rewrite the Bible because they burned all the copies of the Bible. You got to remember, your enemies, when you start standing up knowing who you are, they try to take away your link to the Most High God, and that's the wisdom that He gave.
what's that in
Which
in
account?
Esther?
Which account?
Where it talks about how it's the Ammonites, and they're talking about conquering Israel, and it says, oh, when they're following.
Well, you talking about Judah chapter
Judah?
5. Yeah, that's Judah 5.
I got a precept though.
Yeah, get it back.
It's Ecclesiastes.
That's Elon. Oh, no, and actually, so just to go into that, so in India, they got our people over there. They're called the city people, Siddis, right? They're niggas who live in the ghetto, and they treat them like shit over there. They also have a group of people called the Dalits, the D-A-L-I-T. They're called the Untouchables, right? They are on the lowest caste in India. Now, you know what tells it they're special? India doesn't city, Siddis. He gonna look it up. I like that. That's what you're supposed to do. When you hear anybody with a Bible say something, look that shit up. Because everybody out here lying.
That shit in the Bible.
The city people, no. It says we're scattered to all nations. And a lot of these groups, yeah, they niggas. Yep. Big nose, big lip, kinky haired niggas over in India. They go back to the Bantu
That
people.
nigga's a nigga. That's the first thing I said.
Yeah. They go back to the Bantu people who were on the southeastern coast of Africa.
You said the DDID.
City people, S-I-D-I.
You said you spelled something else.
D-A-L-I-T. Dalit. The Dalit people. But they go back to the Bantu who were on the southeastern edge of Africa during the sub-Saharan slave
See,
trade.
that's the untouchable.
Untouchables. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Precept.
Get it,
This
man.
is Ecclesiastes 7 and verse 7.
You know.
Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad.
No, it should make you happy, man.
Should make you mad.
No, give him a hug, brother. Hug it out.
Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad,
You're supposed to be mad.
and a gift destroyeth the heart.
But that's why most of our people aren't mad. I got a good job, man. I can't be telling the white man that he's the devil. Man, I got to get through this college, bro. I got a white woman.
That's black people. That's great.
Yeah, they go back to us.
If you want to call yourself a wise man, oppression should make you mad. These motherfuckers are
So, are you a lost
She
person?
like, what? She might be. Can she cook grits and fried chicken and all that shit?
I mean,
She like hip hop. The reason why I'm asking all this stuff, the stuff that our people are naturally drawn to,
Like, you know how
those
you
are
say,
natural
like,
behaviors that tell you
it's
sometimes
frowned.
people
I
are.
would say it's frowned upon, but it's not unlawful.
Is she late to everything? Like what?
It's not
oh,
unlawful.
like, you know how
She
you
might be
say
one of our people.
If she looked
No,
up
she
her
definitely
heritage,
was. Like, her daddy,
Well,
like,
it depends on
Okay.
patrilineal.
she got like that same hell.
You gotta be by your
Tell them all
father.
the time, like, come out, like, she don't
that's what I'm saying. So, like, if a guy chose to, like, fuck with a white woman, marry her, are you like,
I remember he was telling me something about like in order to get a white chick, like I gotta cut her hair, cut her nails, and all that shit, right?
Yeah. Well, that's if you
your
conquered
law,
her
the
nation.
concubine.
They ain't hard.
So say like we go to war with the white man, right? Because the way when you actually subjugate the people, you're supposed to kill all the males and take the virgins for yourself, right? That's one of the rules of war. So say you see a captive among the women, you like, hey, she bad, I want to take her home.
Where's that at? I'll read it.
That's in
I gotta kill all her
Is it
family.
Deuteronomy?
I'm thinking Deuteronomy or Leviticus. But I'll get it. It's like pare her nails, you cut her hair, and then for 30 days or whatever. But the thing is, though, say you see her, what you could do is you could take her, you cut her nails, and you cut her hair, and you give her 30 days to mourn alone, and then you go in unto her. If she still ain't trying to get down with the program, because you got to think, at that point, she ain't got nowhere to go.
yeah,
She ain't got no job, no people, no homeland, because you done took it all, right?
yeah.
So she got to decide, am I going to go out there and starve, or am I going to take this offer to be his concubine?
And if she don't take it, you decide to do it.
And you
let her
just give it a boot. And say you sleep with her, and she tripped. She can't cook your grits right or some shit. She keep putting pepper instead of salt. You go, bitch. Boom.
Because she's not an Israelite.
Yeah. You ain't got to do right by her. I mean, shit, ain't no wrong. You see what I'm saying?
But
Now,
raping her wrong, bro.
no, you can't rape
I
her.
was gonna say,
That's-
I was
yeah,
waiting for
yeah.
that's what
That's what I'm
why I
saying.
said,
Yeah,
listen,
yeah.
don't-
No.
Because that's still fine.
No.
I don't care what color. That's all.
There are universal laws. There are
That's-
universal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's is that like one of the sins?
That's like a universal sin.
Yeah.
It's Deuteronomy 21:12.
Damn, I was right there.
Yeah.
I was waiting. I'm like, keep it a boot. I'm like, that's great.
But that's why I said earlier, when we take them into captivity, we ain't gonna be doing no raping and nothing like that, right?
Yeah, I don't want to, bro.
Bro, I had a nigga.
So what you think about me, your mama being my slave?
That's
See,
That's a
look,
real
and I was just finna say, I was talking to a nigga, and he was like,
That's
so
your mama, right?
so we're gonna take the Edomites into slavery, right, in the kingdom. He said he asked me, so are you gonna rape your mom? He said, cause we're gonna do
That's
what they did to us, right? And he said, so are you gonna rape your mom? I said, bro, why are you asking me that dumbass question? Like that's a stupid question.
Yeah,
nigga.
but-
Exactly.
But also,
Hey, ask us a question. We're ready.
is a white man going into slavery according to the Bible?
No.
Yeah, he is. Want to read it?
Oh shit! In Revelations.
13:9-10. Are y'all Native Hispanic by chance?
I am.
You are
She said
from,
yes.
from Mexico.
Yes.
That would make y'all from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar means he who was hired. Who are the hardest workers in existence? Mexicans. Did you know it also says that y'all were a people of the signs of heaven, signs
You're
of time?
preaching to the choir.
Are y'all Israelites?
I think I am.
Well, if you are Mexican native, you are an Israelite. That means you need to be keeping the laws of God, like wearing your fringes, right? Marrying men of your own nation. Yep, fucking renegade. I can tell by how y'all act, the way you came up. I can tell.
Because we're not submissive.
Well, no, because you intruded on our conversation, and it's four grown as black men. You just thought
But
you
it
could just
sounded
read.
so interesting. That's the only reason we
Okay,
intruded.
but you got to exercise decorum in the church. Remember, Paul said a woman's not supposed to speak in the church.
Well, I know.
I know, but you gonna talk anyway, right?
I am.
I know. But your white friend going into slavery though, so I don't know.
Well, but listen, wasn't Mary Magdalene his chosen disciple?
What you talking about?
Absolutely.
Jesus?
Absolutely not.
No? Okay, who was it?
That's not in the Bible.
John? Who was
Yeah,
his chosen?
you've been listening to your white husband too much.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
No, we don't. No, we don't listen to him.
You might want to check his browser history. Probably on littlekitty.com or doggypokers.org.
I don't know. We need to go.
Your husband though.
We need to Google it.
Shit, your friend though. Yeah, you wish you never stopped, don't you?
No.
So I'm gonna go ahead and read this in the
Okay.
Bible.
Oh, I mean, no, I don't wish I never stopped.
Uh-huh.
I appreciate this
I
interaction.
bet you do.
No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I didn't know what I don't know.
Sister, just know if you're an Israelite, repent and keep the laws of God.
Uh,
We in the days where you gallivanting around with white folks, you about to die for that shit.
Oh,
For real,
boy.
for real.
Ay, ay, ay.
Because
Okay.
have y'all ever read a book called The Delectable Negro? They used to eat us. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
I know, you gotta read, sister. Revelations 1
I do
and 3.
read, I do read.
Revelations 1 and 3 says,
I
blessed
read
is
a
he
ton
that
of books.
readeth.
I read all kinds of books.
Except for the Bible, apparently.
No, I did read that. And I read the Quran. I read a lot of books.
Have you read the Quran?
Yes.
Who's God's favorite people in the Quran? Froze. It's Israel. That's Surah 2 and 40, by
That's
the
like
way.
page 3.
Well,
I know.
you do know a lot. I'm not arguing with
I
you.
know.
I'm not arguing. I'm listening.
Are you?
I'm not arguing. Okay, well.
No, we're not providing any kind of conflict.
So I'm going to read this to you because I just want you to know I'm not saying this out of my own heart,
Okay.
right?
You're reading from the Bible.
I'm
I
reading
get
from
it.
the Bible.
Okay.
This is Revelations, chapter 13 and verse 9. If any man have an ear, let him hear. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. If you call yourself a saint of the Most High God, as an Israelite, you would be waiting for this to happen. Are you waiting for this to happen?
Not in that matter.
I know.
I mean, I get it.
How many people did they kill to take this land?
A million.
Hundreds of them.
250 million is a conservative figure.
Yeah, I mean, a million. Yeah, millions.
Now, if Revelation 18 says they have to pay double, and there's only 330 million of them worldwide, there's not even enough of them to cover the spread
Okay,
of how
so
many they killed of us.
72 to 1, or what's
Precept.
the number?
Well, go ahead and get it.
Numbers 35 and 33.
Yeah, get that, please.
This is the book of Numbers, chapter 35, verse 33. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood it defileth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it.
That's how you cleanse the land that you take by rape, robbery, and murder.
That's Old Testament.
Oh, I can read the New Testament too. Actually, what I read to you before was New Testament. Words of Christ, by the way. Where's the next out to
let's
give
go
the white
back-
man
Let's go
excuse?
back to that one. Let's go back to the New
Yeah,
Testament.
I can read it by heart. This is Revelations 13 and 9. He who hath an ear, let him hear. He who leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He who killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. Excuse?
I don't have an excuse.
Okay. So you should be waiting for white people or Edomites to go into slavery for what they did to your people.
Ishmael, all them too.
All of them. Can you give me Jeremiah 30 and 16?
Uh,
Because the white man ain't going to be by himself. He's going to have plenty of company. You had the transatlantic slave trade, the sub-Saharan slave trade, and the Silk Road slave trade. All of them preyed on us.
This is Jeremiah chapter 30, verse 16. Therefore all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thine adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity, and they that spoil thee shall be a spoil, and all that prey upon thee will I give for a prey.
So, my attitude with standing, right? The Bible says what it says. So, if your God is going to take these people into captivity, why are you married? Food for thought.
No, I know. at the time.
I know. I know. And guess what, sister? I'm not going to lay that to your charge because all of us were in the same boat. I have tattoos on my body because I didn't know it was against the laws
Well,
of God.
exactly,
to get
right?
tattoos.
We're all learning. I agree.
But now that you know better, what's the course of action to take?
Precept.
Can you give me Isaiah 13? Get that first.
Wait, can't divorce. We can't divorce.
I didn't say anything about divorce.
Okay, so I'm gonna
said
convert
Isaiah
him.
what?
What am I gonna do? Convert him?
You can't convert your husband because God don't want it.
I know, right? Right. That's what I'm saying. What can I do?
Isaiah.
You can leave your husband because he's a heathen.
But I can't kill him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm not saying to kill him.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he deserves it, but I'm not.
Shit, hey, I bet he does, but I'm not
I
saying
get
to
it.
do
I
that.
get it. But he does. No, I'm not kidding.
Is he funny?
But I can't.
I know. I'm not telling you to kill nobody.
No, don't go kill him.
I ain't telling you to hurt nobody or kill nobody.
Isaiah what?
In 13.
And what?
Give me I'll get it. Hold on.
I'm holding Acts 17:30.
Okay, cool. We'll get that after. Hold on. And this is to my camera, right? A lot of us, we fell into the same trap. We made alliances with people, and we didn't know who they were, right?
We're
This-
young. We're all young, kind of.
But this is Isaiah chapter 13 and verse 14. And it shall be as the chased roe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one into his own land. Every one that is found shall be thrust through, and every one that is joined unto them shall fall by the sword. Their children also shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished.
Well, yeah, that's scary.
that's
That's.
scary.
See, we're back to the Old Testament.
But do you think it's any different than the New Testament?
Yeah, I think so.
So who do you think the new covenant is for? Give me Hebrews 8 and 8.
The believers of Christ.
Well, who are the believers of Christ?
People that believe in Jesus.
Can I get you something in Acts 13 and 1 that shows the believers in Christ were our people?
I don't say they're not.
No,
your
but
people.
what I'm trying to tell you is the people who believed on Christ when he was on the earth, the only people who ever believed on him were our people.
Okay, I agree. Mary was probably black.
They all were.
Yeah, exactly. They're Egyptian, right? They went to Egypt.
Yeah, they hid in Egypt. Yeah.
Yes.
I know
I
what you're
agree.
saying.
I mean, I'm not denying that.
No, but let me give you context because this is something that a lot of people don't know.
Okay.
Once upon a time, the ancient Israelites were called niggers, right?
Is
The
that-
only people in history ever to be called niggers are blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians. The only reason why Hispanics and Native Indians aren't called niggers today is because we were too big of a group. So they had to call you basically a Hispanic or property of Spain, and our Native Indian brothers, native savages. That's what Indian means, right? But this is Acts 13 and 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called nigger, and Lucius of Cyrene and Manaen, which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch and Saul. So despite being brought up with Herod and Edomite, they were still called nigger. Nigger just means black.
What translation do you have?
That was KJV.
The King James.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to see it. Okay, see, I would say that.
Now, can I bring you out?
Niger.
Wait, no.
But hold on.
Niger.
Pull up the.
But I agree. I don't know.
No, but hold on.
Because I have a bad pronunciation on a lot of words.
Okay, but let me read this. It's in the NLT, and it tells you what nigger actually goes back to.
Okay.
Among the prophets and teachers of the church at Antioch of Syria were Barnabas and Simeon, called the black man.
Barnabas, yeah.
I'll pull up the Greek.
Yeah, because you got right. You got to go to original translation.
That's right.
Latin, but before that was Greek. Yeah.
You can
Testament
actually
Hebrew, right?
hear them say the
The
word.
word with the actual pronunciation.
It's pronounced nigger.
What you gotta do, man.
Thank you for taking all this time for
Sure,
us.
I don't mind.
Well, thank you, but I know we're probably annoying you guys. But I'm learning something new.
No, but
We're
sis-
just trying to be curious about stuff, right? We're talking about being curious.
Yeah.
We were, and I'm like,
Okay. I don't mind y'all learning shit.
oh. I mean, there he goes. He said
Yeah.
it. He said it.
So I have a
Or
question.
that dude said it.
So I have a question. So why, when they brought us here, did they call us that?
Somebody had read that in
Now,
the Bible.
what if I told you on the west coast of Africa we had a province known as the Kingdom of Judah, and it's located where you would call Ghana and Togo today, otherwise called Benin?
I have that
It's
picture.
Yeah,
Negro
that's all
land, man.
lost. That's all lost. in
No, it's
history.
still here. It's
Oh,
still here.
It's still named that?
Yeah, the Dutch called us Fida, F-I-D-A. The Igbo called us Iglefe.
Okay, well,
All
there-
goes
a
back
lot
to
of-
Judah.
A lot of those stuffs are lost, and they renamed countries.
It's called Negro land.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, it is. Wait, let's zoom out. Oh, you can't. That's it. Okay, you can't get out. Okay, but
This is the west
Now
coast
you
of
see
Africa.
what's happening.
Okay.
Everybody is like, yo, I want the truth.
yeah, right. Because we're not taught the truth.
Yeah, I know.
I know. Well, I don't know if, oh, yeah, you do know.
And you know,
You're
sister,
young, you know.
but I respect that. And you know what? I know you have a lot of wisdom. But the thing is, though, if you have lies or you've been taught lies, now it's time to try to throw those away.
Well, we're open to hearing stuff, but I don't know. Check in my friend, my white friend.
Actually, I have a question for your white friend, because
It's not-
I was telling them about our people basically being the original Irish, Scots, and all them. Are you from Scotland by chance?
I'm from
Where are your forefathers from, do you know? Germany? Can you look up Coburg heraldry for me?
Coburg.
C-O.
You're in trouble.
No. Actually, I'm going to show you something that shows you might go back to my people.
Ah,
We were the original rulers of Germany, too.
whoa.
See, most people don't know the Dark Ages are called the Dark Ages for a reason.
Because everything was destroyed.
Well, not just destroyed, but we were the ones ruling. It's Coburg. You got it? Cool.
This is Germany.
Oh, that is.
I would tell you to search out your fathers.
Oh, geez.
Where's that from?
Yeah, what you want?
Because if you go back to us, you would be an Israelite.
All right. Kim's ready to go. We gotta go.
All right, yo.
All right, thank you.
Shalom.
Thank you, guys.
Peace be with y'all.
Thank you.
Search out
You
your
too.
father.
Thank you.
Precept.
Now, actually, let me get this in Jeremiah 16 real quick. Y'all got time for the Bible today? A couple minutes? All right, y'all good. Have a good one, y'all.
Yeah, I gotta see, because whenever you show her me, that's
Now, I did that.
let me see.
That's German.
Yeah, that's German.
Let me see.
Oh, it turned on.
Man.
Oh, okay. I'm about to. Wait, you got a browser screen on your phone? I need me one of them, man. Shit.
That's ancient.
That's street.
You gotta hide that shit up.
You gotta remember, man, what we
was not
build
happy.
lasts. What the black man builds and the Hispanic and Native Indian man builds lasts. Did you know there are more pyramids here in North America and South America than there are in Egypt? They don't tell you about that. They're called ziggurats down in South America, but it's still a type of pyramid. Now I have a question. Why aren't there any new pyramids in Egypt?
Black people ain't better.
Because we ain't there no more. If the Israelites ain't there, how they gonna build a new one? When we built the old one.
They don't know how to build them. They ain't doing it.
Now, remember when I brought out Isaiah 1 and 3? Our people do not consider. All you gotta do is stop and think about it. If there are no new pyramids in Egypt, then you gotta think, why? I have another question. Gaelic. That was the language that the native Scots and Irish spoke. Why don't they speak Gaelic anymore? How does a language vanish? The people ain't there. Who pushed those people into slavery? A man named Oliver Cromwell, a white man. And he was deporting our people to the Caribbean from Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. That's why you have a lot of Jamaican people with the last name McLeod, McElroy. It sounds Scottish. Have you ever heard a Jamaican man speak patois? Don't it sound like Scottish? They sound exactly the same because they're the original Scots. And don't a Jamaican nigga want to fight you at the drop of a hat? Yeah.
That's that Irish shit, huh?
That's that angry Irish, I want to fight a nigga spirit. But they the original Irish. All you got to do is stop and put it together. But the thing is, as long as you got the white man in the room to tell you, that don't fit. Every time you hit a dead end, and then he tell you, if you don't think the way I want you to think, I ain't gonna give you this job.
So you know, like, so what about the hate, right? So like, where were they like?
Y'all are everywhere. You got to remember, Levites y'all have literally a small city in every tribe. Because remember, the tithe that's taken up, who's the tithe? The Levites. Because y'all don't have land to farm.
Stop giving tithes to church, bro.
Yeah, that's why, actually, he brings up a really good point.
Because the tithes are for
So
the
the
Levites.
tithe that we play in the church, we're supposed to be paying to the
You're supposed to give it to the Levites, the priests.
The priest.
Well, just put your hand down.
Like,
Much damage
Yeah,
you do to the world.
technically, you would be a person, like if you were in your Levitical duty, you would be the person to go, hey, give me the tithe, and I'm going to dedicate it to the Lord, and I'm going to take some off the top, so I can live off
He
it.
the priest. That's why.
Yeah, he the priest.
He ain't a priest.
Why would you say that? Why would you, bro, I'm a Levite. In my soul.
Yeah, you're a Levite, but you ain't a priest.
Bro. Oh, hell,
But now y'all are getting to see how this truth is reaching everybody here. Everybody want to know because they like, yo, America about to be destroyed. Where am I going after all this?
That's what made me start learning how this shit like where everybody gonna go. He started like so he my roommate. And then he came, so he started like he was on this
We
shit.
met each other last July.
Yeah, so he would be like on it, he like listen to the videos and read and tell us about the shit. And I'm like, bro, he didn't tell me like I gotta enslave white people and all this shit. Like, I gotta do what they did to us. I'm like, bro, I met his mom, bro. His mom would never did that wrong to me. So I'm like, bro, that made me good, bro. I'm like, I couldn't see myself doing that wrong to him. That's why I'm like, it's hard for me to say, I'm just gonna beat the piss out of white people and do all this. I'm like, bro, I like, but it really is good people out here. But like that lady, even if she was like, bro, she could tell she got a genuine heart, bro. But I'm like, his mama has a genuine. I'm like, she don't think shit, bro. But also, she think, cause obviously she think from her ancestors, but like, punish her for that. I'm like,
So what if I told you you are your ancestors?
yeah, I know I gotta get people good, but
No. Just walk with me for a
I
second.
talk to
You literally are your ancestors in the regeneration. So we're gonna go into that, right?
Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, get that. Ecclesiastes 3 and 15, I believe, right? But I'm gonna bring something out real quick because I'm gonna talk about the lies that everybody has inherited, and now they're trying to get the truth, right? This is Jeremiah, chapter 16 and 19. O Lord, my strength and my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. So they're saying, hey man, we got lied to too. Our God ain't real. They realizing white Jesus ain't real. They are realizing that. They're realizing the God that's in this Bible that they say lives in the heavens, he don't love everybody. You look around on this earth, it's obvious. He don't love people who got to put on sunscreen. It is what it is. Because think about it. Why would you bathe an entire planet in sunlight and then you got one group of people on the planet who can't go out in the sun? You think God loved him for that? Now, what if I told you that's the mark of Cain? The mark. You remember Cain and Abel?
Yeah.
And Cain killed his brother. And what were the punishments that Cain got smitten with? The judgment. The earth would not yield her strength to him, and he would have a mark where wherever he went, people would easily be able to look upon him and see the mark. I can't tell a better mark than just being white. And during those times, that would have been something that would have happened because there was no sunscreen back in biblical times. That's why a lot of the Edomites were trying to take out women or a woman of, basically another nation that was brown, so their children wouldn't need sunscreen. That's why Herod was a great example. His wife was an Israelite, and I believe his mother was an Israelite.
so Cain, so they like Abraham, Cain,
You talking about those are the sons of Adam and Eve?
yeah, Cain and Abel, and there was third son, right?
Yes, Seth.
Set.
Yeah.
He the chosen line. So boom, that's Adam and Eve. How did Adam and Eve make a white son?
They did. So, all right. So we're gonna read the account. Read the account. Yeah, go ahead.
Because they had three sons. How they had three sons of different races?
Now you talking about Noah? That's Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
They all different races.
They were the fathers of different races, so they probably looked similar, but their children were different over time. Because you got to remember, at one point in time, everybody on the planet was darkly melanated.
So, but you just said Cain killed Abel, right?
Uh-huh.
And
So,
Cain had the scar, right?
well, he had the mark,
He had the mark.
Whatever
Which
mark.
made him white, right?
which likely that would have been the mark of Cain.
So how was that black? If that's his brother.
Well, you got to remember, everybody was black. Because so the reason why we say the mark is leprosy or white skin, because that is a mark that everybody who sees it, they know that's not good. Have you ever seen a dead body? After a while, it turns palish white. That's why when Miriam was cursed, remember Moses and Aaron and Miriam, they were talking shit against Moses, and Miriam got stricken with leprosy. What did Aaron say? He said, leave her not as one dead, because she was white as snow. So to look like Esau looks is to look like a dead body. That's why we believe that the mark of Cain literally is pale skin and leprosy. That's why we know the spiritual successor. Yeah. But what does it say about Esau? He was a murderer from the beginning, and he abode not in the truth. Well, we know Esau didn't murder his brother. So who was the beginning of Esau? Cain. Now you put it together, and once you put it together, brother, you will never see this world the same, brother.
I know he must have just liquidated that shit for you too, there, right? Because I kept on telling him, I'm like, bro, if black people the first people here, and Adam and Eve were both black, I'm like, where did white people come from?
Yeah.
They gotta come from somewhere.
So what we're going to do is we're going to spend the remaining time in Genesis. So I'm going to give y'all a firm platform to springboard on. The beginning. You know what I'm saying? That way
You
when
got
we...
a certain time to be out.
Oh, shit. I used to stay out here till like 2 in the morning. I don't do that no more. However long y'all want to stay though, I'm down for it. So if y'all hungry for the word till 2 in the morning, I'll be out here. I'm going to wait for him to come back before we go into that. We had, that taco truck. This coming Tuesday, it changed. This coming just cook your meal the next week. Make it work, man. I'm telling you, man, what you don't look at like spirited. You know what I'm saying? Where when you hear that God says to do something, you ain't talking about, oh man, it's hard. You like, yo, I'm doing this. I'm gonna tell you, it don't come overnight. What usually has to happen is you gotta get chastised.
Right. So it's just, but I know that's really what gotta happen. I don't want to say I'm too far gone, but I know I'm in the middle. No cap.
Well, pray the Most High God correct you, man.
Like I said, like, I think it's my biggest downfall. Yeah.
You can get right.
I could
get
let-
right with the
I
women,
ain't,
bro.
I ain't really, yeah.
But I even still struggle with the women.
I got a problem. I don't really think I have a problem with it. Because I know I can stop. Like, it be times where I feel like I know I'm going too hard, now I pull back and I just got to chill. So I cleanse from that shit, bro, and just relax my mind, you know what I'm saying? On some cool shit, but I don't know.
I understand.
Just doing right in general is hard, bro. It's hard to do right.
But here's the thing: you don't learn all the laws at once. You take,
That's the one.
yeah, you take one and you try to work on it. Once you get it down, you get another law. Sometimes you get 3 or 4 at the same time. Because most of the laws you already keep. You ain't killing nobody. You ain't raping nobody. You ain't stealing nobody's shit. See what I'm saying? Those are easy laws for you to keep because you're a good person. You know what I'm saying? No, just repent. And stop doing it. Change. Now, I understand if you have a natural attraction to men and it ain't natural. If you have an unnatural attraction to men, you have to fight it. You resist it. Pray the Most High God take that spirit off.
So what this thing in the Bible? So a man thinks so.
Yeah, I mean, if you're obsessing
So
over something,
you already like, it's like lust. Like, you know what I'm saying? Lust is a thought. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe that's what you already committed to sin.
no. Nah. The only time where a thought can be taken as a sin is if you are thinking about having sex with a man's wife. And you're deliberately looking at her, you know she's married, you're like, man, I'm gonna get up in them cheeks, man. You know what I'm saying? If you thinking that, you've already committed the act of your heart. If you hate your brother in your heart, that's another one too. If you're hating your brother in your heart and you just dwelling on it, you hating on somebody, you like a murderer in the eyes of God. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I can think about
always heard
You
that
know
one.
the first scripture this nigga want to show me when he became my roommate was shrimp.
Sure. Oh yeah, Leviticus 11. Yeah. But see, the thing is, though, he
Can't
did
suffer
exactly.
sin upon you.
Yeah, he can't look at you doing something and be like, man, you know what? I'm gonna talk to you about being a homosexual, even though you ain't a homosexual.
What they, you know what they say? What they say? God turned the cheek. I need that nigga to turn the cheek on me when I eat my shrimp.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, he already did.
That's
You
what I'm
mean,
saying.
how old are you, brother? You 22. So for over 22 years since you was born, off and on you've been eating shrimp. God is literally saying, I'm going to dismiss those charges. Do not rack up any more charges.
That's what I just
Have you been
read.
to court for anything before? What the judge tell you? If he shows leniency, if he show mercy, what he tell you?
So yeah, next time I ain't gonna be so.
Right. So what God tell you? Same shit.
We'll read it again. Acts 17 and 30. In the times of this ignorance, God winked at, but now commanded all men everywhere to repent.
So, actually, shit, hold up. Where you at? What'd you just read? Actually, man, I turned to Hebrews 10 and 26.
I just
Oh,
read that too.
Yeah, I was about to say, I just turned it and it just came up. But anyway, I want to get Hebrews 12 real quick, right? Because I know, and this is to my camera. When I first came into the truth, I realized there was a lot of shit I couldn't do, right? I used to love to be able to just get on a dating app. I'm being lazy with the shit. Just get on a dating app, put a few good pictures up, and bitches just jump in the inbox. I swing by the crib at 3 in the a.m., lay the pipe, get a snack, go home. But when I came to the truth, but here's the thing though, that you can't do that when you come serve God. You gotta leave that shit alone. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all about the time I almost got trapped up at a woman's house. I swung by her crib probably about 2 in the morning. I walked in the living room, there was like 4 niggas sitting there watching TV in the dark. That should have told me right there, nigga, go home.
And you proceeded to go on and get
I didn't get the cheeks. I went to the back and some in my spirit said, hey man, don't take your clothes off, just go. And I left. It probably saved my life. And from that day, I didn't do that shit no more. Because the Most High God had to show me, like, nigga, you can get got too. A lot of people be thinking, like, man, I'm the main character out here. Can't nobody touch me. Nigga, you can get it too. You be hearing about people getting E. coli, like flesh-eating bacterial diseases from eating all types of foods. You can get it too, nigga. And I don't mean that from a hostile perspective. I mean that because I love you, brother. You can get it too. And guess what? If God called you to be a prophet, you gon' get it. Because he got to correct you so your ass can be where you're supposed to be. There are niggas in this truth who covered in burns because they tried to walk away from this shit. And God said, no, sir. Get your ass back on the line. So you got to ask yourself, what's it going to take? You going to serve, or God got to correct you and make you serve? It's your choice, man. This is Hebrews chapter 12 and verse 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. Who the Most High God loves, he gonna beat their ass when they go off. Your pastor don't tell you that. You know why? Because most of the time, it's an ugly-ass white man telling you God love everybody. There it is. You get warned from everybody. And normally, you don't learn shit in the church. Oh, praise, man. Does he know he's an Israelite, or does he believe that?
He never taught me that. Like, I don't remember seeing like over here Israelites. I was like talking. I definitely like made service about it, like saying like
Ask him how much you know. If he gave a sermon that, yo, you the Jews, he knows more than what he's letting on. He probably just didn't teach you because he thought you were too
He told me that they read Romans 9:13 before.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, Romans 9 and 13, that's like no man's land in the church. For real. The fact that you're
Jacob have I loved, Esau have I hated.
yeah. I remember right. That was how he started that shit off. He was saying, he was like, I'll give it to you like, this right here ain't gonna get it nowhere else. And they read that shit. Like, he's like, that's what it was. I just like I want to ask a question like if we guys, I'm good. They're like if we guys people like why do we have heat in our heart and God never had heat in his heart? And that's what made me that scripture. God had he has some
Yeah, I mean, the fact that your grandfather really like preached the Bible, I wouldn't tap him for information. You know what I'm saying? To see what he knows.
that's when I started like getting away from the church. Like
Yeah.
it was really like my mom, but she hard mind people like this. That's the side of the family. You know what I'm saying? She was like, this is like this. But she also always encouraged like any question you got, like I got go to my grandma. You know what I'm saying? She like ask my mother. I was just go sit in his office. I get to church early. Go sit in his office. Ask some questions. You know what I'm saying? I feel like.
Y'all kings on earth, brother. Y'all special.
When I was getting to like right before I got to high school, I want to say when I first got to high school, I like to sit in his office and just stuff and shit. And like I just felt like I was having a hard time like finding my purpose and my why. You know what I'm saying? And then had a long time to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Incorporate the both.
I understand. I get you. I'm gonna say this though, because I don't have my grandparents no more, man. Get that information while you can. So I'm gonna tell you, man.
I gotta do that too.
Yeah.
My grandpa, he a preacher too.
Hey, man.
I know they not all my nephews, they all heard me, man.
But I'm gonna tell you, man, even though they're not the truth, get the experiences that they've had in life. Because once they're gone, man, they ain't gone. All my grandfathers and great grandfathers, they gone. Grandmother's gone, they ain't got nobody. I got my parents, that's it. You know what I'm saying? So once they're gone, man, a lot of times they don't teach you that stuff when they're here because they don't think you're interested. But when you ask them, like, hey, you know, hey, Papa, what was it like in the 40s? You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, oh, what you know about that young bud? And all of a sudden, you talking to him for 2 hours. And he breaking down scripture, you know, going into how the white man tried to lynch him, all these different things. You know, maybe he fought in the World War. I know my great-grandfather, he fought World War II. I never talked to him about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, my grandpa, my great grandpa. Like, yeah, he might have been in two. That's my grandma's daddy. He was in the war. That nigga led the army.
Yeah,
That nigga led the group.
I don't doubt it, man. Look, people don't realize, man, Jake a bad motherfucker, man. When it comes to warfare, Jake is a bad motherfucker. Did you know King David ran through a legion of troops by himself?
Right.
Jumped over a 40-foot wall? King David was that nigga who showed up, and your whole army said, well, we ain't winning this one. Because of one dude. I couldn't imagine. I'm 500 niggas deep, and I see one dude. I'm like, wait, hold up, y'all. Hold up.
You watched the show they got on Netflix called Last Kingdom?
No.
So it's like Vikings and shit like that, like, you know what I'm saying? And it's this guy named Guthrum, and it's like Babylon and shit like that. And he's like a nasty ass warrior. That's what my uncle was telling me, like he thinking like even in the Bible, you know what I'm saying? He's like that's pretty much how they did it. I mean, obviously they did it a white man.
Yeah.
And it was like I feel like only like he like bro, my uncle came on that YouTube and telling me like yo, that was I think that was my first battle with my mom about the whole church. I was like about the Bible. I was like, as far as the Bible, I'm like, well, I thought it felt like it was tampered with. And I'm like, bro, you mean to tell me you got all these great black people on this earth, like fucking Michael Shaquille and all these ghetto ass men. You mean to tell me you get a Bible? All you got is Peter, Paul, and John. And that's what made me. I'm like, bro, you gotta remember something.
Well, I mean, but you got to remember, you got to look for the native language that the people would have spoken. And the names weren't even in Greek, they were in Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? So that, like, that's a valid argument. Like, man, how the hell you got niggas named Matthew in the Bible? But when you see that, like, say somebody named John, that's your canon in the Hebrew, then it makes more sense. You realize, like, oh, they just modernized the name so I can identify with
What's
it.
David in that?
Dawadah.
Alright. That might be, I didn't like that.
Yeah, Michael is Micah Allah. Micah Allah is a badass name. That means he who is like God. Man, you got to remember, man.
That's what I was like Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, Mike Tyson, all that. I'm like, all these Mike niggas, like, them niggas great.
Now hold up. Mike Tyson is a great example. You talking about a man named Michael? Have you seen his fights when he was in his prime?
Yeah, I was just watching that shit last.
Mike Tyson in his prime, man.
Destroying shit.
But when you look at the name Micah Allah, he who was like God, it makes perfect sense. The nigga literally is like a warrior for God, but he's just a wild animal in the ring to the untrained eye, to everyone else.
Right.
But if you understand that he's an Israelite and he lives up to his name, then it makes perfect sense. Right?
That nigga's 5'10", dropping 6 foot.
Yeah. You back? Because I was waiting on you.
You was waiting on me?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, hold on.
I was waiting on you.
Okay. 1 second. All right.
All right. So I want to give y'all the best foundation to spring forward off of. We're
Okay.
going to start in Genesis. All right? So, but I do want to read this because this is going to talk about regeneration. All right? This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 14 and verse 34. Therefore, if so be that you will subdue your own understanding and reform your hearts, ye shall be kept alive. And after death ye shall obtain mercy. For after death shall the judgment come, when we shall live again. And then shall the names of the righteous be manifest, and the works of the ungodly shall be declared. So after death, that's when you get judged, and then you live again, and you live your judgment.
What was that scripture?
That was 2nd Ezra, chapter 14 and 34 through 35.
And then,
You talking about living your judgment under the sun, right?
yeah, I was gonna
That's
say
Ecclesiastes.
was it like 3 and
I'm fine. I think it's like 3 and 6. I thought it was 3 and 16.
yeah, something. It's right under the first level. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's probably
No, it's like 3 and 20, I think, because I got it precepted in your book. I bought it just on Amazon. Nah, I've been working it, bro. Yeah.
Through the ringer.
Yeah, man. I'm pulling this motherfucker together. Hey, man. I'm going to tell you, though, when you get your Bible all precepted out, you don't want to replace it, man. I'm going to tell you. I'd rather hold a fistful of pages before I replace this
I
shit.
really don't want to replace mine.
Real.
I barely have shit. What was the Ezra again? Say
Oh, that was 2nd Ezra 14, 34, and 35.
I'm telling you.
I already had it. Yeah.
Why you just highlighted?
I highlighted.
Why you
Ah, there it is. There it is.
35?
I had 30.
So, we just said that you receive your judgment, right? I'm going to prove that you come back and you live your judgment on earth. This is Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 15. That which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been. And God requires that which is past. So we see God requires that which is past. So say you like Solomon, who lived a perfect life until he got old, worshipped other gods because he had all the wives, right? Then you die without suffering your judgment. That means Solomon's, his soul went back to the Most High. The Most High God judged him, and he came back. We got to prove that. Verse 16, and moreover, I saw under the sun the place of judgment. What's under the sun? Earth. He saw under the sun the place of judgment. This is where you carry out your judgment. Now you understand why we in hell. We're being judged.
So it's the Most High, like, he made the universe, he made all, like, because I never really had to, I know this is probably like a different concept, and I know you, like, do you think there's other worlds he made,
Definitely.
like, in other planets and stuff, because there's a lot of solar systems, and it's, like, the same, it's probably different stories and stuff like that.
I have a question for you, right? And it'll be more understandable to your question when I ask this to you. If you had a baby who had just learned how to crawl, are you going to let your baby crawl outside the house, or are you going to put him in a play pen? Who do you think we have? Think about it. Do we even have a fuel source that don't destroy the Earth yet? No. So why am I going to let you go to another planet and fuck that planet?
Yeah.
Now you're seeing how God is looking at y'all. He's looking at us like, all right, y'all are basically like babies. You could be a full-grown nigga. You could be 10 million years old. Because the Bible even says the angels engage in folly in the eyes of God. To us, the angels are immaculate. They're perfect. But in the eyes of God, he like, man, they fuck up too.
So I got another question about the angels. What do you think your perception is? Do they describe what angels look like how they are, like in the Bible?
Sometimes they look like you. Sometimes they look different. Depends on what you read. In Ezekiel 1, when Ezekiel saw that angel come down from that chariot, it had 4 faces. It had hooves. It was also black too, right?
So what's it look like?
Well, so let me finish this because I'm gonna blow your mind about Satan.
That nigga black too.
Yeah.
I know that nigga black.
Well, you gotta remember, just like we're made in the image of the Most High. Huh?
Your father was a Levite, huh?
Damn. No.
See how
No.
you see how they
I'm saying, because he was God's right-hand man, bro.
No,
Is he not still right? Because everything that Satan does, doesn't it go to God like
sanctions.
yeah,
Yeah.
you were telling me that you were like, yeah, the Satan.
Yeah, Job 1.
We had
And that's a
this
perfect example.
He was saying like, yeah, Satan is not who you think it is. It's like he's gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna test you. He's gonna tell God like, I'm gonna test this person, and then he goes from that. So it's not really a person. It's just like Hades and stuff like that.
You almost got it. Switch it around. God chooses your delusions.
Oh, okay.
So God literally goes, hey, left-hand spirit might not be Satan, might be a lesser spirit. Hey, this person says his weakness is hoes. That's my weakness, right? Hey, I'm hit home, right? So guess what you gonna get tried with? Guess what you gonna get tried with? You gonna get tried with hoes.
I'm telling
So
you.
hold on, let me tell you this, right? I graduated massage school in 2018, right? I was I'm a certified masseuse, right? So here's the thing, right? I'm in massage school. Hold on. So let me tell you. So I'm doing my thing, right? I'm the top student in my class. I got the most return customers. There's a girl at the front reception desk named Tiana. Puerto Rican chick, fattest ass I've ever seen. Couldn't touch it. Couldn't I say I don't care. But couldn't touch it. You know why? Because I couldn't get a second wife at that time. I can't make a whore out of that woman. That's my sister. That's from the tribe of Ephraim. So guess what I had to do? Even though she was giving all the positive signals, I had to be Mr. Nerd. Yep. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. I do massages, ma'am.
Right on the massage.
Yeah, I had to be Carlton, nigga. It is what it is, bro. And and you're gonna find this: the women want you more when you're a man of God and you hold to your principles. When you give in, that's when the Most High God flip that switch and they start acting crazy and shit.
Hey.
Can you give me Proverbs 20? I think it's 20 and 14 where it talks about the way of a man is not in himself. Well, no, the Most High God chooses your steps. See, you think that you have free will and you don't. I don't have free will either.
Glad we talking about that shit. So boom, read this. You know, they try to say like your life is already like pre-scripted out, like already written out, like God already know what you gonna do, what you be doing. And I'm like, bro, if that nigga know I'm gonna keep being shrimp, why am I being? If he knew I was gonna be that type
That's
of
the question I'm
if he know, if God know like, oh, Eric gonna fuck with you whole. If he know who I am and what type of nigga I am, like, how am I getting jumped for? Why am I
made you this
why,
way.
why am I being punished for that?
Hold on. I got something. I got Romans 9 for you. You know where I'm going. Because
In that case, you don't really have your own choice then.
so I have a question for you, though. If the Most High God knows you're going to be sinful, and he knows you ain't going to repent, then that means he made you to be destroyed.
I just read you that.
Oh, if I'm not gonna repent.
Yeah.
Damn, but I'm the type of nigga, bro, I don't want to repent and then go do the same shit, bro. That's not
No, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about, like, because if you fight it and you fall, like, if I have a baby, right, say you the mom, I go, hey, come to me, whatever, and the baby walking and he fall, I don't beat the baby within an inch of its life because it fell. I expect the baby to fall. Because he's trying to get his legs on him, he's trying to learn how to walk. It's the same with you, brother. So if you go a day, 2 days without eating shrimp, you go, damn, man, I really need some shrimp, you cook it. But, and this is like, I'm talking about it's beyond your control, it's compulsion. If you just going, man, God will understand. God will punish you for this shit. For real.
I don't say God don't understand it, but I just believe some shit like I don't say God don't. That nigga do that's my heart.
Okay. And I tell people this all the time. God knows your heart. And guess what? It's wicked as fuck. It is what it is.
You're a real nigga without
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. I'm trying to tell you. They try to like, because basically what people do is they blaming it on God. Instead of going, I took This is Romans chapter 9 and verse, you know what? Where is it? Actually, verse 20. Nay, but O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing that formed say to him that formed it, why hast thou made me thus? Ain't that what you just said? Why did God make me to like shrimp? Why God make me to like hoes? And there's so many hoes around here. Asses as fat as they ever gonna get out here, titties as big as they're gonna get. And I love all of them. And I gotta say no to all of them too. It is what it is, man. It's hard. I'm telling you, when you come to serve the Lord, you gotta prepare your soul for temptation.
I got that.
Yeah, you got that. Yeah, and Sirach 2-1. You gotta prepare to be tested, man. You play football? When you play football, what's your coach do if you want to play a certain position? Yeah. Say you want to play linebacker, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna run from a big nigga who's running at you with the ball?
He gonna put you in that fire.
Yeah.
Like that.
At my high school, they call it the corridor, where you got, you got the teammates lined up on both sides.
The Oklahoma drill.
Yeah.
That shit right there. You got this boys turning the men.
Yeah.
And that's right.
Basketball players of age.
And park ball, I remember nigga, everybody wanted to play running back. Put that ball in your hand, like lined up. Like you gotta go in that, but you going against a big nigga. Like you going shy away, you ain't no running back.
Yeah, bro.
I was dropping that fucking ball.
What?
Yeah,
It's easier running.
Oh, hold on, I got a little bit more.
you
But,
ain't trying to come down here.
but to say what the Bible is saying, that's what God is doing to you. And he gonna test you where you weak. Because why am I gonna test you where you strong? I know you good for that shit. But when your enemy come to you, when the white man come to you, how you gonna test you? He gonna stab you in the back. He gonna stab you where you weak. Why you think he monitoring what you do on the internet? He know what you do on your phone. They go back to a database. He know what you look up. He know what you buy on Amazon. So when the mark of the beast come, and you ain't got no money in your pocket, they talking about putting that mark in your hand or in your forehead, they gonna be like, hey, don't you want some shrimp? Hey man, I heard you went to the club last week. You got embarrassed, man, because you ain't got that chip yet. You couldn't get that strip with no credits. Don't you want to get that hoe some credits?
I'm like, that bitch out there. My hand, I'm like, nah, I don't feel bad at all.
But you see what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
They gonna come at you where you
Yeah.
come. Right? But verse 21, hath not the potter power over the clay of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? So the Most High God can make a vessel. Literally, he can make it. He can painstakingly paint it. He can carefully craft it. He can make one of a kind and then throw it in the road and piss on it. He can do what he want to do.
What does the Most High say about like drinking and stuff?
Don't get drunk. Drinking is not a sin. Just don't get drunk. And I'm gonna tell you though, I was drunk.
But you probably feel comfortable a lot. Shit, so you gotta think you was That's how I went to jail, because this nigga wasn't watching me. No, I ain't gonna say he wasn't watching me. I was tripping.
But see
And
that.
I was testing with my weakness. This nigga, so I said, bro,
They was kicking me out
you
the
was a
club.
bad ass bitch in there that be arguing the whole night. I said, yes, I
That's
did. I
God.
forgot her
That's
number.
yeah.
As I'm getting her number, nigga said, hey, you gotta come. You gotta take Ken to jail. I'm like, jail? This nigga,
You wasn't worried about that
Now
bitch?
here's the thing.
Hey, I was talking that hot shit to these
You told me. I was like, damn. But you see how God, even though y'all think y'all were secure together, God literally ran interference on you and
yeah.
brought the devil on you. So now y'all both caught up. You can't even defend your boy when your boy needs you the most, and your boy ain't in his right mind to defend himself. God can, like, you cannot make plans to outdo the Most High.
I mean,
You can't.
in fact, and then God distracted him too. He gonna be laid up with some chicks.
I was,
You should have.
that's crazy. That is insane how that turned into.
And you know what I'm saying to myself? I'm like, man, it's the Most High.
It has to be.
It has to be.
It has to be.
It has to be. That shit is crazy.
All three of us back there.
Now, but think about it like this though. The way the Most High God can chasing you, he can also save you. That night that I knocked that Edomite out, I had to tell the other brother to go home. 'Cause I know it looks like you got a cracker knocked out, all fucked up, and you got two big old swole niggas sitting there over. That don't look good. So I was like, brother, you go home. Whatever happens, I'll just leave. The cops and the EMS come out. The cop literally goes, show me the picture or show me the camera. So I showed him the video of it, and the moment he touched me, he told me to turn it off. He said, that's assault, I don't need to see anything else. He didn't give a fuck how fucked up he was. God saved my life that night. Because had they have seen the rest of the damn footage, they
my Navy, bro. It's okay.
But don't it make sense a lot of times when you jammed up and for some reason things ain't as bad as they should be?
Yeah.
Now that you think about it, you're like, damn, yeah, that was weird how they let me out of jail like that. Or how the judge dismissed my case like that.
I got the police off.
I think I just do
For Uzo.
Oh, right there. Right there. The police.
But the police pulled up, but this nigga had a fight, bro. And the police pulled up. And he was like, yeah, we gotta call this. Some guys like out here fighting. Somebody was on the ground. He done popped the shoe out of his. He pumped up. That's live.
Like this.
Like,
I'm sitting there like,
yeah,
fuck,
the
what
police
am I
like,
about to say?
the police like, okay, let us go. I'm like, whoa.
But the Bible talks about righteous deception too.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, it says lie not one to another. Israelite to Israelite, I can't bear false witness and lie to you. But to a heathen, oh, fuck him, I can say whatever I want to say to him. But just know, he might catch up with you. And plus, actually, hold up, there's something in Romans y'all need to hear. Because, and this is from my camera too, right? The cops and stuff that ride around here, I'm not scared of no cops around here. You know why? Because I'm doing work for the Lord. I ain't got to worry about them, right? Cops scare niggas who always doing evil shit. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, one second. This is Romans, chapter 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. So even though this white man has abused us, he's going to get his justice. But while he's in charge, God put him in charge. Always remember that. Right? Verse 2. Whosoever therefore resisteth the power, resisteth the ordinance of God. And they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation. You know what damnation is? Destruction. They're going to whoop your ass. Or they're going to kill you. And you know it. If you resist the cops too much, what they do? They pull you out the car and they punch you in the mouth.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about if you unarmed. They put the beats on you like tickle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, yeah, sometimes they still shoot you, right? But verse 3, for rulers are not a terror to good works. You hear that? Rulers are not a terror to good works. If you doing good shit, you ain't got nothing to worry about. When's the last time you heard about a nigga who adopt kittens and hug puppies getting beat up by the cops? Never. But you've heard about Tyrone trying to sell some dime bags of weed near elementary school getting his ass kicked. Or a nigga getting caught at another bitch house. And now he dead. For rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. So in other words, do that which is good, and your ass will be all right. You transgressing the evil, you're going to get fucked up out here. There it is, brother got it. You reap exactly what you sow. That's why when I see people get that judgment, I know sometimes you just want to go, damn, man, that's not right, man. But whoever perished being innocent, you know that in Job. When you see like a little 8-year-old, he catches a stray bullet, you got to remember, he had a previous life. When you see somebody born with a hole in their heart, and they have to be in a wheelchair because they can't exert themselves. But now you're seeing why God do what he do. God is playing 4-dimensional chess. You the one living in a 3-dimensional world. God knows it from beginning to end. And here's the thing. Well, you got to remember, the Bible says he's going to do all his pleasure.
Great TV show.
Hey, give me 1 Kings 22. Give me 1 Kings 22. The Most High God literally holds a council with his angels to see what ideas they have to get a nigga to go die in a war. To go die in a war. I believe it's 22 or 24, I think. And this is to the camera, man. If you become an Israelite, you're going to find out this is a common proverb that we say about the Most High. Ain't nobody more gangster than God. Everybody and everything that has ever drawn breath and died, God killed. Everything. White niggas, Chinese niggas, roaches, bugs, butterflies, sweet puppies, all that shit. God killed it all. But he also given life to it. Don't forget about that.
Even the cats that like niggas run over and shit.
Yeah. Remember, Jesus told you, or Yahweh, he said a sparrow don't fall out the sky without God sanctioning. God signs off on death. That's what he deals with personally, by the way, too. The matters of life and death. That's his direct office. So I have a question for you. If I'm the Most High God, and you on earth doing wickedness, and I want to see you face to face, what I got to do to you? I got to kill you. Come see me in my office. And you know what that's like? I know y'all know what that's like in elementary school, middle school.
That's that. They closed that door? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh shit, it's round 2 with daddy on
that's
too.
worse.
I used to get beat all the time because I was a kid who loved fighting. That was my thing. I love fighting.
Yeah.
You seem like you a lot like me. You know what I'm saying? You fight for yourself, for your friends. You fight to fight. Shit.
It's fight and fight.
Shit, I remember.
But do y'all be winning though? That's the question.
Hell yeah. Shit, I remember shit. The vice principal was my hype man. He be like, yo, you know what this kid will do you? Oh yeah.
Start speaking on it too. Yeah. You realize you don't know that you like fighting until other people start talking.
I didn't know I liked fighting until my dad sat me down one day and he was like, son, I used to love fighting.
And you see the correlations.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, it makes sense.
And at that time, because in my head, me and my dad didn't really connect all that well. My dad loves sports. I really don't. I like MMA shit, but I don't like it from the sports perspective. I just like fighting. Yeah, so him and my brother connected. But when we were driving that day, my dad was like, hey, son, I used to love fighting, but I realized I can't do that. I got to grow up. And at that point, I realized, I was like, damn, that is my dad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you finally had that moment, like, damn, that's my pops right
That's
there.
what I do. When he told me about the whole, he was like, bro, they had to sit me down. I love women too. It's like a curse in our family. Now I've been close to my dad ever since. It's like a connection.
You finally got that little, you got that connection point
Yeah.
where y'all meeting eye to eye. You know what I'm
Hell
saying?
yeah.
You know what the sad part is? A lot of us don't have that. And that's a hole in your soul. Think about that.
That connection.
A hole in your soul. I'm going to read a curse to y'all real quick. Right? But we're going to get this 1 Kings 22. Because, and this is to the camera. When you talk about the curse of the evil eye toward your brothers, the evil eye toward your children, and the wife of your bosom, that's a curse that the Israelites are under. And part of that curse is the father not only hates his kids and his wife, but he leaves. And that leaves a hole in the children and their mind. So they go through their whole life needing their father, but their father's not there. So everything they do is tainted. How many niggas you know they pull the blicky out, and then after the shit go down, they go, I don't even know why I did this.
Yeah.
But it's because they mad at their daddy not being there. That's what the curses do to us, man. That's what they do.
I showed y'all.
What is the Bible about, like the divorce and stuff like that? You can't divorce, but if you divorce, like sin.
You can divorce for infidelity. You can divorce. I'm gonna tell you, according to the law, if your wife doesn't obey you, and you got to be within reason. You can't be like, well, they got to be unmarried.
Or your wife.
Yeah, she can only have one husband. Yeah. So say like, it's easy for a woman, for a man, there's gray area. Because you got to make sure that woman is technically a virgin. If she's not a virgin, she has to have a bill of divorce from her last husband. So say like you at the club, right? And you meet a woman, and she says, hey, me and my ex, we've been separated for about 8 months. I ain't talked to nobody, I ain't slept with nobody. You gotta ask her, does your husband know y'all? Does he know that? If she gives you any other answer than yes, and if she definitely can't prove she has a bill of divorce, you need to tell her, before I deal with you, get a divorce from your husband. Even if that divorce is a murder.
So you're a adulterer, loving the life.
That's right. Everyone she deals with while she is attached to her husband.
Every bitch I'm fucking on. Y'all know all these.
Now, here's the thing. That's what makes it easy for you to stop.
Stop what?
Because you just told me all these women are dealing with multiple dudes.
I'm saying they dealt with a nigga before.
Okay, so stop dealing with them. They still just try your best within reason. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure a woman ain't dealing with nobody. Ask her, hey, how long has it been since you dealt with somebody? I know it's gonna be uncomfortable, and I'm gonna tell you, we start asking this stuff. Women who are always hoeing around, they gonna get mad. That's how you gonna know they hoe. Not just back up, man. Just back away. Just back away. I'm gonna tell you, man. Don't poke the hornet's nest, man.
Hell yeah.
You dealing with wicked people, nigga. Wicked people ain't got nothing to lose. They gonna just lay more charges to themselves. They don't give a fuck. If you got the option to back out of a bank heist, and you mid heist, and you got the option to back out, and the cops are out, and they're like, hey, the first person who backs out, we gonna just let him go home. What you gonna do? You out, right? That's what God just told you. I winked at your previous offenses. I winked at. I turned my face from you. Now what you gonna do? You gonna keep offending? Because if you keep offending, then you lump in with everybody. I'm pressing full charges. You going to jail for fucking ever. Right? I don't give a fuck.
So what you're saying is, so now that we got the awareness, and we know about what is the thing about going around the state? So now I can't just be fucking bitches.
Now you know, yeah, you can't just be. And I'm gonna tell you, a servant who knows better. Now I know you saying in your mind, why you telling me? I know, but
Niggas, you ain't have to stay out here, bro. I tell you.
But it was
here's the
interesting.
thing.
That's all like, bro. I'm like, all right.
I'm gonna tell you why you stayed too.
Yeah.
Because I stumbled across the truth on the internet, on a YouTube video. I could have turned that shit off and forgot about it. I saw one video, it changed my life, literally. I saw the video and I said, I have to do this. I have to do this. I have to. It was something in my spirit said, I have to. Let me get this.
How old you was when that shit happened?
28? But I'm gonna tell you though, you being younger, you can build up more acts of faith than I built up. And not to mention, nigga, we at the end of the days, bro. We at the end of days. You know, Yahweh Shai supposed to come back during World War III at the height of
World War III.
yeah, World War III. World War III is going on right now, by the way.
Right now. Israel and all that shit. That's the start of World War III. Nigga,
Yeah.
it's gonna come over here, nigga.
Don't say that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all thinking y'all young and y'all got time. Y'all ain't got no more time. This is it. Imagine you got to. Have you ever gone to a place they close at 10? You get there at 9:59,
Yeah.
and they closing the door, and you go, "Hey, can I come in?" They unlock the door and let you in. That's what's happening to you right now.
Precept.
Yeah, go ahead and get it, man.
Sirach chapter 5, verse 7. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord, and put not off from day to day. For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed, and perish in the day of vengeance. I've read that to you before. I know I have.
You read that shit to me. Guess what? I was about to ask you a question, but I'm gonna let it.
Bro, this.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, I can't. This weekend I came down here for a great time.
Well, before you make that choice not to ask it, let me say this, because you might not meet another teacher like me unless you come back here.
I'm gonna come back out. This nigga from San Diego, he my roommate. I'm gonna be out.
All
I'll be
praise.
here next week.
But let me read this
Yeah,
real
we
quick.
back out you next weekend.
Okay, I'll be here. I'll be here. This is Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 20. And though the Lord give you the bread of adversity and the water of affliction, yet shalt not thy teachers be removed into a corner anymore, but thine eyes shall see thy teachers. So y'all are in your early 20s and your eyes are finally seeing your teachers. Finally. Now, y'all say that y'all have had some good teachers in the church. That's cool. But the thing is, now you're getting the whole role. Somebody telling you who you come from, you're an Israelite, what you're supposed to be doing, keeping the laws of God, right?
I got a question.
Yeah.
So, what about white people? And
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer. I'm
Like,
gonna answer.
Yeah, I think the worst way. Okay.
I'm gonna answer, and you might not like my answer. I'm gonna answer though. I'm not gonna say no, but okay, cool. Verse 21. And thine ears shall hear a word behind thee saying, this is the way, walk ye in it, when ye turn to the right hand, and when ye turn to the left. So y'all heard me preaching before y'all even came over here. You hear your teachers preaching, crying out to their people, saying, this is how you serve God. This is how you repent. If you have questions, brother, don't wait. It might be the matter between life and death. There's a reason why God put it in your spirit to think what you thought. Have you ever been in a situation where you basically saying to yourself, as you get in trouble, Had I have known, I wouldn't be here. Had I have just asked the fucking question, man, I wouldn't be in all this shit right now. I'm gonna tell you, I'm 39, brother. I've been in some situations where I'm like, God damn, bro, if somebody had just warned me, man, my life wouldn't be upside down. Now, as for your question, you can pop them, but I'm gonna tell you, all these white girls will just walk away. Say you pop a white girl, and all of a sudden, she like, nah, nigga, you with me. You saying, no, I'm not. But she like, yeah, you are. How you gonna get her away from you? Where you gonna go, though? You can't hide on social media unless you just get off that motherfucker. And you can't just up and leave your apartment unless you want to just be moving around. And plus, you got to remember, this is her kingdom. Her people rule this.
Bro, that shit makes so much sense. Why every time these white bitches fucking say some shit happened to them, they win every time, bro. Yeah.
Niggas be going to jail for years because
This to my camera, man. This Bible changed your life, man. Even if you don't like it.
I know how you get away from the white women. You just tell them your name, how you
they gonna.
Hey, man. The big booty white women used to love me, bro.
Yeah. What was your stripper name?
A bastard.
A bastard?
Bastard.
Bastard?
Bastard, yeah.
How you doing?
Uh,
No, like how you just like.
This
So-
off the record wife?
So I used to do a lot of damn man, fuck it. I used to do a lot of drugs, right? So and I'm not the type who did like like ecstasy or like crack or anything like that. No, I don't like tranks or anything like that. Like shrooms, DMT, stuff like that.
I thought you
was
was
a
right
psycho.
here. I thought you was right here.
You know what I'm saying? Back when Salvia Divinorum was legal, I used to get like a bunch of that all the time. Yeah, I was that dude. You know what I'm saying? Like out of your mind, talking about all this like quantum physics shit. Yeah, but the thing is though, you can easily trap a woman up with that lead. Easily. You start talking about what you're seeing and all the spiritual meanings and shit.
Love it.
Yeah, you have her captivated, man.
Love it.
But the Bible talks about silly women being led away by those type of men. And I was one of those men who would lead a woman away like that. And I paid for it because I was broke as fuck. Women cheating on me. I'm cheating on them. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, while doing DMT and salvia, I found out I was a natural belly dancer. I'm good at it too. Belly dancer.
Like making your shit do that,
I was waiting on one of you guys to
you
say
wasn't
what
just
you
that
said.
shit on like you did that shit on camera or something?
Yeah, and so stripping for I don't even talk about it. So stripping for men, you don't pay nothing at the club. Where you get your money is online. Yeah, you get it online. Well, actually, if you want to get it at the club, you literally have to be a prostitute. That's what nobody tells you. Like, you don't just get paid to show your body. You got to get paid to do favors. Because most of the time, if you got a client that has a lot of money, he'll be like, hey, here's 500, if you want 1,500, come back.
A nigga?
It's gonna be guys.
A dude? What do you want
That's
to
what.
do?
Well, I didn't ever do nothing in person for no nigga.
You did it.
On camera. At home. That's what I'm saying. You gotta repent, brother.
Dark place, brother.
You gotta repent. This truth has all types of people in it. You got ex-drug dealers, you got stick-up kids, you got literal gigolos in this shit. You repented, bro. That's what I'm saying. You 22, bro. I understand y'all move faster than we did when we were young. I get that. But you ain't too far gone, nigga.
Yeah, I'm not doing
You good, bro. And from the way you talk, man, I can tell you have good parents, you have good grandparents. You got a solid foundation. So God is literally saying, hey, come repent.
You fucked him up, man.
I told you earlier, you're a lot like me. I can tell you are.
Damn, Joe.
I can tell you
You
are.
gonna do some shit on camera. Damn.
Hey, bro, don't do that, because I'd have been in some shit fucking with you, man.
That's the reason why I'm honest when I preach, because a lot of times your preacher will tell you that he's always been a man of God. He don't tell you where he
Yeah,
came
honestly
from.
gonna make a nigga fuck with you. I know that's for me. Like, I used to tell my ideas, everything. I call that nigga about everything. Like he my pop. You know what I'm saying? Like,
That's good, man. That's good. 'Cause I know in my life, my uncle that used to be close with me, we're not close that much anymore. The one I told you about that used to drop from Marvel,
Yeah.
my uncle Reg, we're not that close. Like he lives in Memphis. For one, we moved from Memphis, when I was like 3, and we were keeping in contact remotely. We would visit, but I haven't been back to Memphis in 15 years. Just God got me doing every Saturday. I'm right here.
You ever miss a Saturday?
Yeah. Sometimes I go to another city, go to another camp. Sometimes, I'm tired, blew out on the highway, but I come the next day though.
Have you ever went to a camp and didn't agree on something with somebody?
Sure. Sometimes you go to camps, just like say like they keep Friday, Saturday, Sabbath.
Yeah.
But I don't let that, divide me from my brothers.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Where
Yeah.
do you think is the best camp you've been?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't look at best camp. I look at elders. You know what I'm saying? And I don't say the best elder. I'm just looking at this is an elder who's put 30 years in the truth, 30 years in the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about on the pavement, teaching face to face with niggas who got guns, dogs, knives, want to kill you. You know what I'm saying? 3. Yeah.
You've been in
Probably about 7 years. I'm gonna tell you, teaching by yourself, don't do that. And I'm a person who taught by himself. Don't do that.
I mean, teach it by yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking about starting out teaching by yourself. Don't do that. Don't do that. Not now. These white folks are ready to kill anybody talking about how to navigate this stuff. The boldness that you see that I exercise with these folks, there's certain things you can say and certain things you can't say. And I know because I said everything.
Hey, I was gonna say like, hey,
I told a damn white woman, she was telling me how her son was digging ditches. I said, bitch, I hope your son died digging ditches. But I did that my first year out here. You see what I'm saying?
play it over.
But you see what I'm saying though? Like, when you say something like that to somebody, they might be ready to kill you. And I was saying all types of sideways shit. And the Most High God, he had a hedge of protection around him.
I can tell you act cool, bro. Like with the women, I was like, damn, nobody else, bro.
No, I was checking them. Because here's the thing. The times that we're coming into is called Jacob's trouble. Right? Jacob's trouble. Right? And when Jacob's trouble gets you, what that means is there's not going to be a rule of law. How women come up and just yell in your face, you ain't shit, nigga, whoop-de-whoop. Can you imagine a nigga just go, wow, just smack the shit out of a bitch? And she can't call nobody. And that's if that nigga don't go, you know what? Now I'm a ravish you. You know what a ravishing a woman is, right? I literally read that in Isaiah 13. Women gonna be getting ravished out here. Great. With the fruit punch.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. With no cups. I don't say that like, oh man, yeah, it's gonna happen. No. It's like, yo, you need to understand what you're dealing with. That's why you heard me say, you've been hanging out with your white husband too much.
Yeah.
Because you think everybody is just going to be like, oh, that's funny, haha. People ain't kikiing like that no more. Some people are like, yo, why you interrupting us? Now you got a real problem. Niggas don't let stuff go no more. I remember when I was a kid, you don't get women. The new generation, I'm not talking bad on y'all, but y'all don't have all them damn, like, oh, don't hit a girl, all that shit. Y'all like, man, beat a bitch up if she in your face.
I ain't gonna lie. When I was like in the 3rd grade, well, I ain't strictly. It was I too, but I got a strict policy. Like I don't put my don't put your hands on me. I don't put my hands on me.
Just don't touch me.
And it really was more of a thing that I didn't even know there was a chick like she behind me, bro. And she like kept we like walking in line, and I think she grabbed my ass and I was like, oh, man, I don't get but like that was just like a reflex. I wouldn't just hit a chick. That shit fucked me up after I hit her. I was like, I don't support hitting her. That shit fine.
But the times that we coming into, man, you really gonna have to understand who you rolling with, who your God is, because you gotta remember, ain't gonna be no food out here either during Jacob's trouble. We talking about famine of food, fuel. Can you imagine if there was no drugs for people to take to be distracted, no TV to watch, no internet to surf? They gonna lose their mind, man.
You said no drugs are taking no
drugs, no internet, no TV,
No
nothing to
nothing.
read.
nothing to read is crazy.
Nothing
You'll
to
have
do.
something to read.
Yeah,
You're not gonna have nothing.
imagine.
Yeah,
That's the
nothing.
world that you're gonna be in. And now imagine you need to know the wisdom in the Bible in order to navigate this world.
What's that? Like the prophets aren't gonna be around to teach
You talking about Amos 8? You talking about the famine of the word? Yeah, we gonna get that now.
But realistically, I feel like if I didn't have a Bible, but I would, and like if that shit came to me, I'll just give me the Quran, I'll push it out, and I'll just try to be the best man I can be. Like, be there for my kids, be there for my wife, right by me, make sure my family's straight. Shit, I ain't gonna think of it. I don't know. Like you said, I really know what I do wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna read something though, right? Yeah.
that bitch gonna be a scary hour.
Can you imagine you trying to cook a pot of rice and people beating on your door like it's damn zombie apocalypse because they ain't eating today? So it talks about the righteous of God being cast out into the streets because you refuse to take the mark. You refuse to get down with their programs. Now you ain't even got a home to go to. Ain't gonna be no I'm just chilling at the crib waiting it out. That's Jacob's trouble like that. You're gonna have to choose. You're gonna serve God, you're gonna be part of the system. You're gonna have to choose. This is Isaiah chapter 65, and you know what? We will start at verse 13. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, behold, my servant shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. During Jacob's trouble, if you ain't a servant of God, you ain't gonna eat. And if you are eating, it's gonna be like mealworms and bugs and crickets, all types of shit that you ain't supposed to have. You're gonna defile your body. Remember what I told you. You're gonna either get down with their system, or you're gonna serve God and have faith. Yeah, you can eat a locust or a grasshopper. Yeah, those are cicadas. I don't think you can eat them.
Them bitches, you ever seen one of those? You should eat them.
But the locusts do look similar, right? They basically look like cicadas, but they have 4 legs,
I think I was in like the Middle East.
right? But so hold on.
Walking on field, bro, they own it.
I don't want that shit.
Actually, no, I'm gonna start at 11 because this gives the full scope. This is Isaiah 65 and 11. But ye are they that forsake the Lord, that forget my holy mountain, that prepare a table for that troop, and that furnish the drink offering unto that number. That when it says unto that number, it means many, R-M-E-N-I. That's a pagan god. So this is talking about you who serve idols. You're gonna pay for it. That's what this is talking about. Yeah, that's another item. Yeah. Therefore will I number you to the sword, and ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. Because when I called, ye did not answer. When I spake, ye did not hear, but did evil before mine eyes, and did choose that wherein I delighted not. Therefore thus saith the Lord God, behold, my servant shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servant shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servant shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. In other words, your ass gonna die. You're gonna leave your name for a curse unto the chosen. That means the people who gonna survive, we gonna be like, damn, that nigga got fucked up. You see the way he looked? He was like 55 pounds. Can you imagine? You 22, 23. You look like a pretty stocky dude weighing 45 pounds when you starving to death. And people gotta look around you and go, God damn. No dick, right? But for real, goddamn. Behold, my servant shall sing for sorrow of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. And ye shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For the Lord God shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name. That's going to be Yasharal, the Israelites. That's why us giving you your heritage back, you got to choose that, if you want it or not.
Do you know where you like descend from? Like, have you ever looked into that by any chance? Like what tribes or anything like that?
The best that I know is Judah. My dad is an American Negro, right? But the thing is, though, if you're familiar with the prophecies surrounding each tribe, you can usually narrow it down. Because Judahites act a certain way. We have certain weaknesses, right? You know about Judah and Tamar. So basically, you remember when Judah's unrighteous son, got slain because his brother died, and instead of raising up a son unto his brother, he spilled the seed on the ground, so God killed him. Well, Tamar was supposed to be given unto another husband, another one of Judah's sons. Judah told Tamar basically, hey, go reside with your relatives till I get another son for you, right? Judah didn't do nothing. He forgot about it. So Tamar disguised herself as a prostitute and was basically on one of the main roads. Judah came and solicited a prostitute, thinking it was just a regular woman. His own stepdaughter, his daughter-in-law, right? Because it would have been his son's wife, right? But he had children with his own daughter-in-law. Why? Because hoes. Yeah. She pretended to be a hoe. Judah had a weakness for hoes. Because you got to think, if during those days we were like nobility. So imagine if every time you see your woman, she looked like Princess Jasmine, right? She got her hair with the little bundles and shit. She got her jewels on. She got all this fine linen. And then she go, well, shit, I want a husband. I'm going to go pretend to be a prostitute. So she take off all that shit and she puts on a stripper outfit. You ain't never seen your woman like that. You got to remember, back in those days, nobody ever saw women like that. Harlots were a thing to be ashamed of, not proud of. So Judah didn't know that was her. And Tamar got his ass too. Because
She knew that was him.
yeah. But see, here's the thing, though. But the Bible says, give me anything but the wickedness of a woman. That's why I keep telling you, you deal with the white women if you want to. You're going to get your ass caught up, man. You're going to have Chad and Cletus and all them niggas coming to see you. I'm trying to tell you.
They gonna pity your ass.
Michael.
I'm trying to tell you. But Judah didn't have any money to give her, so he gave her some signets, basically bracelets, as collateral until he can go get the money. So when Tamar showed up,
She had them bitches on.
she had the bracelets because they were about to kill her for being a prostitute. And then before they were gonna basically administer the judgment, she was like, well, I got these. And Judah said, damn, they're my bracelets. You the prostitute I slept with. Because you remember she turned up pregnant.
Oh shit. So she carried his baby.
Yeah. So technically Judah fathered his own grandchild. So he the father and grandfather of his own child.
That nigga's sick.
But here's the thing. It's like, in terms of if that were not the wife of his son, because you got to remember the son's died. So she's a marriable virgin. But it's still a woman he should have dealt with. You know what I'm saying? But because he had a weakness for prostitutes, doing wickedness, because it's not a sin to get a prostitute, but it's not expedient to get a prostitute. Because you see what happened as a result of him getting a prostitute, right? And then she got with a man who could take another wife. You see how there was really no sin committed? But it wasn't expedient, though. You gotta think these things through, man. I told you this book will change your life, man.
That's what it really is.
But let's get this in 1 Kings 22.
I was there. I didn't. It started at 20.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, go ahead and get it. Go ahead and get it. Yeah, 22 and 20. You got it.
And the Lord said, "Who shall persuade Ahab that he would?" That he
Oh, no, go up a little bit, because we need to see that the host of heaven is there. Yeah, man. I ain't got this one marked yet.
I just see your words this morning, but I see your eyes cold and
Yeah, that's verse 19.
19?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, get that.
And he said, Hear thou therefore the word of the Lord. I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the hosts of heaven standing by him on his right hand and on his left. And the Lord said, Who shall persuade Ahab that he may go up and fall at Ramoth Gilead? And one said on the manor, and another said on the manor. And there came forth a spirit, and stood before the Lord, and said, I will persuade him. And the Lord said unto him, Wherewith? And he said, I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets.
Now, hold on a second. So I just want to give it, just so y'all know what's going on. So what's happening is the Most High God is holding a council with all his angels, and he asked the question. He was like, "Hey, we got King Ahab, and I want him to go and die at a war at Ramoth Gilead." That's what the location is named. Who got an idea? So now all these angels are going, I have this idea. He's like, nah, that don't work.
On how he wanted to die.
Yeah, so basically he's like, hey, whoever can get this king to go and get involved in this war and get killed, you good. So the angel stands up and goes, hey, I can do this. He's like, nah, that's too messy. Well, I can do that. Nah, man, I don't like that. So another spirit stands up and he goes, I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. So basically all these kings used to have prophets. Before they would go to war, they would go to their shamans, right? And go, hey, so what's going to happen if I go and get involved in this war? And they would roll the bones or do whatever they do if they're a pagan.
I seen that shit. This wait, who this happened to? Who this story happened?
Ahab, the northern king.
I think I watched it in a movie or something.
Usually Vikings.
Yeah. No, I want to say they might got like a version of that shit like in the last movie show that I was watching, and it was like the king. He had like the people that was like spiritual people, like they called them like seeing eyes type shit.
Seers.
Yeah,
That's what they call them,
yeah,
seers.
and they'll roll the bones out, and they'll read the bones, and that's what they'll tell you. It's like you gonna go out and you gonna win this war. For a whole while, it was a virgin. The chick, she was a virgin, and she like read the bones for him. And damn, yeah, that shit. Last movie.
That's where they get it from.
Fuck with that.
That's where they
That
get it
shit
from.
fine. The chick bad, bro, because she was a virgin. And what he did, what the king could do, because he thought that she
Wasn't it his
slept.
daughter? You said about? I think it was his daughter.
It was either his daughter or it was like the woman that he was supposed to marry or some shit like that. And but she was from the lead king, like the warrior that I was telling you about. And what he did was she had to like grab the snake out of like his head to make sure like she was pure before she read the bones. And she grabbed them right, like she was able to pick them just right. And then when it came to her to like, cause then like she had to remain a virgin in order to like be able to like prophesize and read the rocks or whatever. And when she won the rock, she read the rock and she told me but she wasn't gonna let him walk. And he ended up that nigga died. Like, that's how because he was like a terrible king and shit. That's how he lost all his power when he ended up taking over the kingdom.
That's what they get it from. Yeah, pretty much. They just kind of switch the genders around. But keep going. There's a little bit more.
I will go forth, and I will be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets. And he said, Thou shalt persuade him and prevail also. Go forth and do so.
There it is. So, literally, God is saying, hey, look, this plan will work. So go get this man killed. I thought God loved everybody. He don't. And guess what? King Ahab, he disguised himself as one of his infantrymen. He looked like any old soldier, and the Most High God had it so that the enemies were looking for him in particular. And they actually were pursuing King Jehoshaphat. And when they saw, actually, is it Jehoshaphat or Josiah? Hold on.
No, it's
Jehoshaphat. When they saw it was Jehoshaphat, the king of Judah, the enemy literally turned around and didn't even touch him. Because they were looking for King Ahab. They're like, where is this nigga at?
Northern kingdom was off.
Yeah,
This
Northern
is
Kingdom.
judgment for the northern kingdom. Or
Yeah, they were worshiping the gods. You gotta remember, he had 400 pagan prophets.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why they went to
I didn't know
Adonai.
that got the like judges and kings and all that.
Is that so wait, is his name Jude or Jude? What's his disciple like that gave up God?
We talking about Judas.
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 Talk about that name.
I mean, you talking about the apostles. And you got to remember, so the Old Testament foretells of Yahushua coming and suffering certain things. As a matter of fact, we're not going to just talk about Maria. It's in Isaiah 51, right? And there's a lot of it in Psalms. Actually, there's some. Can you give me Deuteronomy 18?
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 and 23.
18 and 23 or 18 and 18?
I think it's 18, 18. Yeah, you're right. I would say 23. She's getting old. But, so a lot of people think Judas was evil. The act that he did was evil, but it was necessary. And it was prophesied that he would be, that the Messiah would be betrayed into the hands of men, that he would be killed. Because I've heard people ask, well, could Judas be, saved? Well, what's the one sin you can't be forgiven for? Blaspheming the Holy Ghost. Blasphemy of the Holy Ghost. So lying with the Holy Spirit. Right? So if you lie on the Holy Spirit, that's the one thing you cannot be forgiven.
Like,
If you read Romans 9, then you disagree with it?
Well, I mean, it's so say like
Like I go kill nigga and seek, man. God told me to do that.
yeah. So say you're saying you were inspired by the Holy Ghost to go murder a man. You bear false witness on the Holy Ghost.
You too.
that's
Yeah.
bad.
You
So-
rape somebody and say, oh yeah, God told me.
Now, people do that. People do that all the time.
Right, people-
God told me to do it. God told me to do it. And they did a horrible act. You see what I'm saying? So the Most High ain't forgiving you blaspheming on the Holy Ghost. But say you betray the Son of God into the hands of men and they crucify him. You can be forgiven for that. But it's gonna cost you. What happened to Judas after he did that? He hung himself. And he didn't just hang himself. It says that his guts came out. Right.
Yo,
You got time? What you got to say? The letter J is 500 years old. That's not his name. Oh, Job? You said Job. Job. Well, I just said Jehovah. Oh, praise him.
I just want to get this Chipotle.
Oh, praise him. Yes, sir. That's who the Most High God chastens, he loves. Can I read something to you? This is Hebrews 12 and 5. And ye have forgotten the exhortation which speaketh unto you, as unto children. My son, despise not thou the chastening of the Lord, nor faint when thou art rebuked of him. For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth. So who the Most High God loves, he puts the rod to. You have children, sir? Okay. But when they were younger, when they did something bad, you had to punish them, right? I will. I can do that. What's your name? Daniel? brother, but you're Mexican, correct? What's your father? You know if your father is Irish or what? Mexican. I'm gonna tell you this. Your father, your biological father, he's the reason why you're an Israelite. The Mexican man is from the tribe of Issachar. Issachar means he who was hired. Right? The hardest workers in existence are Mexican people. Y'all are one of the tribes of Israel. Y'all are special. But that's why you had that spirit in you where you don't want to ask for anything. You want to get it out the mud yourself. You want to work for it. You know what I'm saying? It's in your blood. Let me read this to you. This is Deuteronomy 7 and 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are on the face of the earth. And don't ever forget, man, you're special, right? You an Israelite. I got you. Take care, man. I'll be here next Saturday at 5:30. Praises, all praises.
I'm trying to get them back over there.
No, you're good, bro. But yeah, I'm probably about to hang it up too, because I'm about to roll home. Man, I was actually not gonna come out here today, man. I got a really bad toothache.
Glad I texted you before
Yeah.
I drove over here.
Because I think I went to sleep at 6 or 7 in the morning. I was up just writhing in pain. Yeah, man. But I told you, man, no excuses, bro. Get your ass out here and do this work. And plus, you said it earlier, man. How much time you got left to do the work? Almost none, bro.
Not a lot.
Actually, they're saying that, like they're actually about to start cracking down on anti-Semitism. So us saying that we're the real Jews and all that, they about to start cracking down.
What's that anti-Semitism?
They don't care about that. They don't care about that. But yeah, next what I'll do is I'll make a lesson. It's Jeff. What's it? Eric. I think his name would be Eric. He got a wider name than me. But anyway, yeah, I'll make a lesson with Genesis. We're gonna start from the beginning. We're gonna see who Jacob is, Esau. We're gonna see God in the beginning was just one person.
I had a conversation with Eric one night, and I went in my room, I came back out, and he did the whole bloodline from Adam to Jacob.
Hey, that's what's up, man.
He had it on a paper. Going through Genesis. Like, yo, this one right here.
But that's the zeal, man.
You got that seal. You did the generations from Adam all the way to Jacob. I'm like, yo, this nigga here.
That's that zeal, man. Just start keeping the commandments, brother.
Time.
Before you go, you know I gotta read the Leviticus 11 because y'all gotta know. All right.
Break it out.
I'm about to rain on somebody parade.
And he raining on Jeff. He raining on his
Don't run away from the
I know
word,
that's
man.
the shrimp. That's the shrimp stuff.
Don't run away from the word, brother. Come get it, man.
Why I gotta hit it every time? Don't run.
Don't run, man. He got his law. He can't make a whore out of
He got
his
his.
sisters.
His sisters, bro.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that.
You know what I'm saying?
Talking to me.
I'm trying to help y'all out, man.
Link ain't not gonna fuck you over like that. He
Shit.
ain't gonna fuck us over.
You see what Jenny Mai was trying to do to that dude from Fresh and Fit or whatever? Not Jenny Mai. What's her name? Some Ling Ling that he was dealing with got her pregnant.
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Yeah. Now she dragging his name through the mud and shit. But this is Leviticus chapter 11 and verse 3. Whatsoever parteth the hoof and is cloven footed and cheweth cud among the beasts, that shall ye eat. Nevertheless, these shall ye not eat, of them that chew the cud, or of them that divideth the hoof, as the camel, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. He is unclean unto you. So what has a hoof, but doesn't chew cud?
Doesn't chew what?
Cud, or grass. Pigs, swine.
Don't they eat grass? They eat everything.
They eat everything, but not grass though.
They don't. You don't put pigs in
like
Coast
me,
nigga.
yeah, I'm
I'm
not
an
about
East Coast nigga. I don't really know shit.
I don't got paid nothing.
I've never seen
You just see me.
Well, how about this? How about a camel? Can you eat a camel?
You said no.
It has hooves. It divides the hoof. But don't they live in the desert? So do they eat grass? No, so you can't.
You don't bring them
They
from?
eat camel.
Probably like grains, oats, I don't know. They don't eat no grass.
They got some of them?
They got wild camels.
They got some of them.
But it's
No, they have wild stock stores and stuff.
I know, but I'm saying like a wild camel. What the fuck a wild camel?
There are wild camels out in your Arabia, but I don't know what they eat. I don't know. But I know you can't eat them though. And the coney, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. He is unclean to you. And the hare, because he cheweth the cud, but divideth not the hoof. He is unclean unto you. So any type of rabbit, a bunny, a hare, you can't eat those. Right?
It doesn't have a hoof.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't chew the cud. Yeah. Because if you ever look at a rabbit's feet, basically like, actually, I don't think they divide the hoof. Yeah, they don't divide the hoof. Yeah, you're right. Like a cow or a deer. Yeah.
So what else
You
can
eat a cow. So you can't eat. Well, actually, I'm going down the list. So we gonna get. Cool. And the swine, though he divide the hoof.
you eat a horse?
Nah, you
They
can't.
should. They should.
Actually, can you eat a horse? No, they don't chew cud.
They don't divide the hook.
They just have a solid hoof. You're right. You're right. But anyway, yeah, because I don't know enough about horses, man. I don't know.
Look at that. That's the only reason I'm going off.
Yeah, you're right. Alright, cool. But, and the swine, though he divide the hoof, it be cloven footed, yet he cheweth not the cud. He is unclean unto you. Of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch. You can't even touch a piece of a dead pig. So say I'm walking and I drop a pork chop.
Man, that shit happened to me. I was grabbing my beef bacon the other day at HB and some pork fell from next to the house. Man, I ain't touching that.
Yeah,
That
just
shit
leave.
fell on the ground.
Can't pick up the cakes.
I mean, it technically,
Come on, bro. Stop being sassy. That's sassy.
Yeah.
That's sassy.
I mean, I'm gonna be real.
Esau
I'm
walked by and picked it up for me. I said, all right, nigga.
the most I got took care of it
That's
for
what
you.
I'm saying. I ain't touching that shit.
Yeah, there it is. And not to mention, that's a servant doing his work.
Thank you.
Yeah, shit, fuck that.
You should have called your mom and that what you should have done.
I'd be like, thank you, Mr. White Man. Shit. But
You misdirected it.
so of their flesh shall ye not eat, and their carcass shall ye not touch. They are unclean unto you. These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters. Whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas, and in the rivers, them shall ye eat. How about catfish? Can you eat a catfish?
Fuck that catfish.
Well, does catfish have scales on them?
I don't really understand like all the scales and all that stuff. Like, I don't really know that.
Have you ever descaled a trout?
I just
You from New Orleans, man? Don't lie.
already done.
Huh?
I get it already
That
done.
nigga eat the skin with it. You know
You can eat the skin, but the scales you can't cook them. They don't get some.
Like salmon.
You can eat salmon, trout, but like catfish, hagfish, you can't eat that, man.
Wait, scales. If they have scales, I can eat.
And if it has fins and scales.
Scales. So boom. So salmon got scales. That's the shit that we see. Yeah, catfish. Catfish. Like they skin terrible.
Yeah. So don't eat it.
They skin like your skin.
Damn. Alright. The scales in the waters and in the seas and in the rivers, them are actually, I'll reread it. These shall ye eat of all that are in the waters, whatsoever hath fins and scales in the waters, in the seas and in the rivers, them shall ye eat, and all that have not fins or scales, in the seas or in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing which is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. So, what's something in the waters that don't have fins and scales? Crawfish, calamari, yeah, squids,
Man, I used to fuck up calamari.
me too, man.
Like seahorses and shrimp.
That shit
Yeah,
hurt.
you can eat that.
Shrimp.
You can't eat sea urchins. I didn't even know this until the other day. People crack them open and they take their
I was
gonads
watching
out.
that class.
Yeah,
I watched
yeah, you
that.
can't eat a shark.
I watched that video. Who was it? Ariana? or something?
Yeah, yeah.
I was watching
yeah, shit.
I was watching
Oh,
that.
shit, oh.
But you eat
Yep, ain't eat it.
Free. But you got them big ass bags of
Jumbo pack.
Yeah, what are them things? I don't know what they call, brother. Can you refresh my memory real quick? I'm old.
It's like a prestige. It's like a
Don't
water.
eat the shrimp, brother.
It's like a water.
Don't eat it, man. Come on, man.
What else he gonna eat? He don't eat
my
meat.
money put them to use.
Give it to an Ethan, man. They can eat it, shit,
Give it to Jay,
man.
You can't lie. I make some gangsta ass real shrimp.
I never had you.
You never had
You
shrimp?
see that Levite?
You serious?
You know
I'm
what
about
the-
to say,
you know
like,
what, you know what the L in Levite stand for?
damn. I'm a liar, man. Damn.
Nah, it is.
different.
I
This
really
nigga
no,
different.
I just started eating like because I told you I was Sabbath. My dad never let me do that. I couldn't play, go to any games. I couldn't do nothing on Saturday. Friday night, Saturday morning.
You can go to the game.
I couldn't play football games. I couldn't do nothing. I had a championship in basketball. I couldn't turn the TV on. Like he said, you're supposed to be a rest. All that.
Be a ref, man.
You can't
Sleep,
work.
huh?
And then once the Sabbath, we close the Sabbath, like we'll do our like our closing thing, and then that's it.
Like, can y'all run the game back?
All right, but
Man.
so they shall be even an abomination unto you. Ye shall not eat of their flesh, but ye shall have their carcass in abomination. So
I could like walk and make like
Abomination.
yeah, it's an abomination. You shouldn't be like going out of your way to touch shrimp or anything like that.
But what if I had owned a restaurant and I was selling
I have a question. You gonna serve your business? You gonna serve? So
I can't sell this shit to my own.
actually, hold on. Let me put it in more demanding terms, right? Say your house shot come back right now, and he about to judge you.
Isaiah 66.
What you gonna tell him when he goes, hey, why you eating shrimp? Why you selling shrimp to your own people at that?
See, this where the problem coming in at now, bro. So my uncle moved to New Jersey. He about to open up his restaurant, get his food truck and stuff. And the whole thing is bringing New Orleans cuisine to New Jersey. So how I'ma tell you, man, like, okay, you should really be doing that thing. Now people pour it.
There's plenty of things you can do that don't have shrimp in it. And I'm gonna tell you, there's a whole demographic of people who want to eat seafood, who love jambalaya that tastes like it has ocean, like ocean water fish in it, but it don't have shrimp in it. They want the lawful version of gumbo, the lawful version of jambalaya. There's a whole I'm one of those people. If you had a food truck like that, I'd be up there like every day. Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you at the beginning, man. Because like when you join a brotherhood, this is a brotherhood unto itself.
That's one thing I did notice with the Qs. Like they do got a real ass brotherhood. I admire that shit. I admire that shit. It's similar to what we do. That's why I admire it. It's a zeal, not according to my way.
I mean, and that's what we're trying to say. Like, man, if y'all just drove all that extra shit and just be Israelites, man, y'all be alright. You could dance. I mean, they're like when we went to our dancers and singers were in the back. We had people, their whole job was to dance and sing. But here's the thing: you gonna block swords and shields and bullets and shit with damn
I'll
stepping.
be in the back dancing. See about that.
I'm about to say shit. Gonna moonwalk your ass to the back. But yeah, man, whenever you get home, read Leviticus 11. It goes over all of it, and then it goes into the stuff you can't eat. Because like he brought up a really good point. During the times of famine, if you got a locust, you got people out here who are gonna starve to death because they don't know they can eat a grasshopper or a locust. You know what I'm saying? Certain beetles you can eat.
They got that.
Yeah. As a matter of fact,
They eat grass and shit.
no, it's a stipulation of love. Yeah, it's gotta have 4 legs, and the hind legs have to rise up above its body. Yeah. So, yeah. Certain crickets, certain grasshoppers, certain locusts, certain beetles.
They ain't supposed to fuck with snakes.
Nah. And right as I came into the truth, I found out that alligator tastes delicious.
Yeah.
Can.
You had that shit. Man.
Can. It tastes like it's supposed to. It tastes like sin.
Like,
They
All
do.
sin
Shit.
is good taste.
Yeah, there's a reason why sin tastes good, feel good, look good.
Something wrong with chicken.
It's
It tastes too crazy.
God like
God,
that.
God.
It
Read
takes
Leviticus
too
2, man.
It takes too Grady. Like something has to be wrong.
Yep.
The Most High loves fried chicken.
Look at this nigga.
I seen that.
You only gotta enjoy it while it lasts.
Bro, that is
Hey, you in the spirit.
Yeah.
Because they kingdom almost up, man.
Yeah.
having a different type of
Leviticus
fun out there, bro.
And chapter verse 4. And if thou bring an oblation of the meat offering, or I'm gonna start at verse 5. And if thy oblation be a meat offering baken in a pan, it shall be of fine flour unleavened, mingled with oil. Thou shalt part it in pieces and pour oil thereon. It is a meat offering. And if thy oblation be a meat offering baken in a frying pan, it shall be made with fine flour and oil.
Keep going. It says chop in pieces.
And thou shalt bring the meat offering that is made of these things unto the Lord. And when it is presented unto the priest, he shall bring it into the altar. And the priest shall take from thereof the meat offering and memorial thereof, and shall burn it upon the altar.
Where does it say?
I passed it already.
Yeah, you passed. It's a little ways up. Yeah, true.
It says, thou shalt part it in pieces and pour oil thereon. It is
There
a
it
meat
is.
offering.
Yeah.
And if thy oblation be a meat offering baken in the frying pan, it shall be made of fine flour with oil.
Yeah. So literally, God likes fried chicken. Yeah. Everybody be talking shit how black people don't have any cuisine. But last time I checked, KFC everywhere. Them people be coming to America, they be swearing KFC they favorite joint, man.
That should give me the dookie, though. I think it's why.
That's because they pumping all those antibiotics and shit in the
That's
chicken.
why I stopped eating that shit, bro. That's why.
Now, I'm gonna tell you this because it's looking like you're gonna be here at this spot for a while. Is that true? All right, cool.
Like I said, that time.
I'm trying to have everybody who comes to this spot do something I call the Mighty Man Challenge.
Mighty Man what?
The Mighty Man Challenge.
Challenge?
So what I do is I'm trying to work my way up to 105, but I put on basically a weighted vest with weighted bracers and weighted basically like fist wraps, and then weighted ankle weights. I'm up to 93 pounds. I do a 10-mile hike, and I throw punches with it. It's
While
about
you're
3
running?
hours. Huh?
While you're running?
Yeah, while walking.
Oh, that's crazy.
10 miles.
10 miles. I'm 39, man. Y'all nearly half my age, man. Y'all can do that shit.
10 miles is crazy. And when you doing this?
I do it once a week. Woo! I do it once a week.
Shit. That'd be a part of our training.
That's why I also want to tell you not to teach by yourself. If you ain't training like that. Yeah, once a week. So if you ain't training like that, I know I don't look the part, but shit, man, at least 4 or 5 of these crackers, man, it's gonna take at least about 8 of them. I'm dead serious. Cause I got jumped by 3 of them. I got that on my YouTube channel too, and I had plenty left in the tank.
Oh, I can see the video.
Yeah, it's on my YouTube. It's on private though, because you know YouTube will take it down if they see it. As a matter of fact, let me sign out and I'll show y'all some of the stuff that I was talking about.
Okay.
Because I like to prove what I'm saying. Because I know a lot of people, they be like, man, you tell me you got jumped. Yeah.
One thing.
And hold fast to that which is good.
I kind of want to see it.
Right? But y'all, we gonna go ahead and sign out. Call Halal Yahweh Shem Yahushai. And Tawada to my brother Cannon coming out. And bringing Jeff and Eric, man, 2 young lions in the truth. I can tell by y'all's zeal, if y'all just study the book, get familiar with your heritage, and start learning who you are, y'all gonna be mighty men in this thing, all right? But Kwam Yasharala and Abba Babal. We can't say dead to America because they be tripping. All right.